David, big weekend.
Coming or past?
Pass. Your Rangers won. The Indy 500 was great. The Coca-Cola 600 didn't end till when?
It ended?
I didn't see the end.
They didn't end it, basically. Track was dry and they stopped the race. I think Fox stopped the race. I think Fox said we're going home. Because Fox announced the race was over before NASCAR had told anybody it was over. The guy who won didn't know he won. It was a great 500. Once he got the penalty, Larson. And plus nobody wanted Newgarden to win because Penske, the whole cheating scandal. So everybody was rooting for the other guy.
All I know is that I turned it on at the beginning when John said Jim Neighbors was singing. And I turned it on to catch the end of my old Kentucky home. And Roger Penske, who owns the track, is talking. And I'm waiting for him to say, and now with the three most famous. No. My track, I'm saying it. What do you call the stadium? Joe Robbie Stadium. You know why? Because I built the damn thing.
Because I own it. Right. I did something yesterday I don't normally do. I hate the French Open. I don't like clay court tennis.
Why?
I don't think that there's a lot of tactics. To me, it's an endurance contest, But I know there are obviously, but it's not my thing. But I knew Nadal was playing, and so I said, I'm going to watch this.
And then he gets beat.
Well, I mean, he's playing, a guy in his prime who's a top 5 player in the world. I mean, it was an awful draw for him. And Nadal actually played pretty well. You could tell he was running out of a little bit of gas in the third set because, he hasn't played much in the last year and a half. But I watched. For Rafa. And I'm not a Nadal guy at all. I'm a Djokovic guy. And, who didn't like Federer? But yeah, David Lamb. It was a big story in Jacksonville. I guess he started sports radio.
Would he pass?
Yeah. Late Friday.
$20 seconds.
Oh, yeah. He's going to be full of it all week. Oh, yeah. Yep. So happy to be leaving. All right. He's gonna bring it all week. Not the guy we've had the last 2-3 weeks.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Top of the morning to you. Hope you had a great Memorial Day weekend. We took yesterday off, ran a best of. Hope you had a chance to enjoy the weekend, but also take note of why it was a holiday weekend. Hold on one second. How the heck are you? We are Miller and Moulton. MillerandMoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Thanks so much for joining us from Huntsville to Jacksonville and all the way down I-75 to Southwest Florida. Top of the morning to you, Mark. How was your holiday weekend?
It was pretty low key, but it was a good reset. Got a couple of days to, just spend with family. My daughter doesn't want, spend with my wife because my daughter's 10 and she wants nothing to do with either of us already, as long as the tablet's available and her opportunity to talk to friends.
Oh, okay. So we've reached that stage now, have we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So you're a limo driver now, is what you basically
glorified
are, right?
limo driver. You got that right.
Right. You throw a little bit of money on the table from time to time and you're a limo driver. All right. Well, good to know. Good to know. I mean, listen, if she wants to be that way, that's when you let her know, just so you know, then that means you don't always have to be the priority. If we're going to take a back seat, well, then, I can, I'm playing golf Thursday. I, don't know what to tell you. I just, you may have to do something different to, after school or hang with your friends, and I'll get to you when I get to you.
Well, it did hit her hard yesterday. She actually had gymnastics to do. And my daughter, at the age of 10, loves oysters. Not many 10-year-olds like oysters. She loves them.
Okay.
There's a little restaurant we found, that little oyster joint that we've got pretty close to the house. And the wife and I would drop the daughter off at gymnastics, go knock down some oysters, and come back.
Mm-hmm.
And then we discovered that the daughter likes oysters, so we quit doing that. We take her with us, and we don't go. But yesterday, told my wife, I said, you know what we're doing? Because my wife usually works on Mondays. They had gymnastics. Obviously, she had the day off for Memorial Day. I said, we're dropping her off. We're going to get oysters. And we're going to tell her all about it.
Yeah. If you just want to hang.
Doesn't want to hang. You know what? You miss out on happy hours, sweetheart.
If you don't want to hang, that's fine. We'll respect your decision. Then guess what? We don't always have to hang also.
Right.
It can go both ways.
That's how it works.
And for another half dozen years, we're the driver. Just so you know. All right, good. I respect drawing that line in the sand, carving out one's territory. Okay, especially with your kids. Got to let them know, the lay of the land and what have you. So
last week of school and all that this week, they're just about ready to hit summer vacation. So the roads will clear up a little more next week.
That's true. That is very true. So what a weekend. A very eventful weekend. A lot was scheduled, and then a lot more took place sports-wise, and a lot of it not good. I mean, obviously you had a suicide on the PGA Tour. That was early on in the holiday weekend. And then you had, obviously, Bill Walton's passing yesterday. And, the sports that was played, they were terrific. Everything seemed eventful, Mark. It really did. First off, we're going to have maybe 2 sweeps. And these are 2 of the closest series that are going to end up 4-0 that we've seen in the NBA in a while. The Celtics trailed in the final 3 minutes of 3 of the 4 games that they won.
What Dallas is doing coming back from behind and how they've been able to seemingly snatch victory from the jaws of defeat now back-to-back games.
T-Wolves are down 0-3. It's been a 1-possession game with less than a minute to go in all 3 games. And by the way, apparently the NBA Finals are set in terms of when they're going to start. So, if Dallas wins tonight, apparently both teams are getting 9 days off. Apparently the finals aren't starting until the week from Thursday, no matter what. So, I don't know. I'm kind of rooting for Minnesota tonight. I actually think it might be in Dallas's best interest to have to go play a 5th game. I know.
Part of me roots for a sweep, David, just to see what the national networks are able to talk about in basketball because it's their favorite subject.
Oh,
and without a game.
No. Oh, no. You
know what
know.
I'm talk about, don't you?
Oh no. Where's
The
LeBron?
Lakers.
Yeah, where's LeBron gonna end up?
Yep.
He's a free
My
agent.
bold prediction of the day.
Oh no. Uh and I know you're right. Damn. But the hockey's been highly entertaining. A team completely dominated a game and lost over the weekend in the Florida Panthers. Did you see the one stat? It's not shots on goal. Shots attempted. Now, a lot has to happen for a shot to get through in hockey. You know, shots go wide, so that doesn't count. It's not on goal. You know, shots are blocked.
Everything is seemingly blocked these days. The
Right.
way so one thing about the game of hockey is there's a lot of it that has gotten a little soft and not to my liking in a lot of ways. But you have to credit these guys for their shot blocking ability. These guys step in front of everything.
And then also it sticks. If you don't watch hockey, there's this thing, it sticks. You got to get your stick on it. All right. So that, you know, the guy's going to shoot. And what do? You deflect it with your stick. Sticks. So there's shots that are wide, shots that are blocked, and then, you know, a bunch of shots that they get a stick on, which of course deflects it wide, oftentimes into the netting, and we get a face-off. The Florida Panthers, Mark, attempted 108 shots Sunday afternoon. The Rangers attempted 44. 108 to 44. And the team with 44 won.
And it's not like their goaltender played awful or anything because the goals that were scored were pretty damn good.
Yeah, some of them were spectacular, but you know, so that, as our buddy John Forsland likes to say, that's hockey, baby. And now the Panthers, does it feel like a must-win tonight?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just asking. Remember, they came from 3-1 down last year against the President's Trophy winner. I don't know.
It can be done, but I don't want to put my team into a 3-1 hole right now.
Okay.
Not with the way Shesterkin's playing.
So then the Panthers, we're saying with a must-win tonight. Are we willing to go so far as to say winner tonight wins the series?
Wow. I can say that.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll talk a little Panthers later on the show with David Dwork, who covers them for a living. So, big news late last night and overnight in baseball. Don't know how many of you saw it. Angel Hernandez is retiring.
The key part is effective immediately.
Correct. It's not an end of the year thing.
Nope. No retirement tour.
Right. Yeah, there were going to be a lot of gifts on this retirement tour. A lot of gifts. All right. Weren't going to be a lot of recliners. You know, not a lot of fishing poles. You know, no set of golf clubs. So, yeah. Unbeknownst to me, Mark, I don't know if you were aware, apparently he hadn't umpired a game in nearly 3 weeks.
I was not aware.
Major League Baseball just pulled him from the rotation. Apparently after May 9th, they said, Angel, we need to talk. He got replaced on his crew. Nothing was ever said. And apparently they said to him, so give us a number. What's it going to take for you to go away? And so they bought him off.
Remarkable that that's what it comes to, showing you just how powerful the umpires union in baseball is. Because he's been the worst umpire for 5 years minimum.
No,
I was being nice.
Yeah.
A decade?
Yeah, easy. Yeah, him and Las Diaz have routinely been the 2 worst umpires in the game. So, you know, I wonder if they pulled him aside, and who knows if we'll find out. But I wonder if they pulled him aside and said, I know umpires can't get fired. Guess what? We're going to make a special case with you. All right. We've already beaten you in court once. All right. You called us racist. We beat you in court and you filed an appeal. We won that too. All right. Angel, you're so bad. We're willing to, we'll go to war with the union over you. How about that? And when we win, and we will win, it'll take a while. It'll be bloody and ugly. That means we get to fire more umpires. So, Angel, do you want to be the reason that we're also going to fire 3 other guys? So, Angel took his check, and he's in his early 60s. He's been doing it 30 years. It's a nice run, especially since he wasn't any good at it. And he wasn't a nice guy either. Had a bad disposition. So he wasn't any good, and he was a grouch. Pretty good run, I say.
Tough to fire a guy in that industry.
It is. But
it only took him 30 years to do so.
Right. But I wonder if Major League Baseball finally said, you know what, Angel, you're so bad that we'll make an exception for you. And then he just decided to go away quietly with a nice little settlement. So no more Angel Hernandez in Major League Baseball. It's Rob Manfred's getting things done, man. You know, pitch clocks, extended replay, get rid of Angel Hernandez. I don't know. That's pretty good resume.
Right, for the only commissioner we know who's got an end date on his job right now.
That's right.
I guess Goodell said this is his last contract as well, but
yeah, it's tough to walk away when you're making between 60 and 70 a year, though.
It really is.
And we don't mean 1,000. No, we mean million. Mm-hmm. So, very eventful weekend, and not all of it good. Some of it very tragic, and we'll probably have to talk about some of it before we are done. David Samson will join us coming up in about 45 minutes' time, and we will talk to an outfielder on a baseball team that's going to the World Series for a school that doesn't exist.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured and a 24-hour warranty.
Yeah, I saw one story about the possibility of Utah moving to the ACC. But I think it was more speculation.
I wouldn't say Bill Walton was an embarrassment to the profession. Just very, very different style. Not for everyone. Some people loved him though.
Embarrassment to the profession. Where?
Wait, what?
Someone spits in the
I
Twitch chat
think
room.
I think they're talking about Angel Hernandez.
Okay, thank God. I was gonna say.
I think you're.
Yeah, my bad. Yes, they are. I skipped over that.
Yes, that when Roxy Bernstein signed off on the last ever Pac-12 network and Pac-12 broadcast, and he quoted Bill Walton, and little did we know that we'd lose the big redhead about 36 hours later.
Saw a thread of all of Angel Hernandez's like worst blunders.
Oh yeah, it's
So bad. I mean, some of them are unfathomable.
there you go, EB Hill, whatever it takes.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
$21 past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, hope you had a good holiday weekend. And for many of us, it's a 4-day week. That's exciting, right? You've got a little bounce in your step even when the work week starts because you feel like you've already tackled some of it. You know, after today, you feel like you're darn near halfway there. It's like, I could get into this 4-day work week thing.
Miller and Moulton have always been a big fan of the 4-day work week.
Yep. There were 3 prongs to our ticket. We were running for president or Senate or Congress, wherever we could get on the ballot. But we were running for president many years ago, and we were going to flip a coin. I think Mark was going to be president. I was going to be vice president, just because, Miller over Moulton. It sounds better. And we were going to give a lot of pressers, though. We were going to get a lot of media attention. But it was basically, we had a 3 issues, right? A 3-issue candidacy.
Yep.
So what was the first one?
Legalize gambling.
Okay. What was the second one?
Legalize weed.
And regulate and tax the heck out of both.
Out of both, right. Out of both.
Right.
Well,
and
the best schools and roads in the world.
Right. And it just, and then the third one was, we were going to go to the 4-day work week.
4-day work week.
Right.
2 of the 3 have pretty much already happened. 4-day work week's next.
Right. So, we feel like we don't have anything we can campaign on anymore.
And hell, with AI, it might be the 1-day work week before too long.
Man, I don't know if they can recreate this show, though. I think we're both a little too wacky. I think even AI would go, man, we can put a lot of information in a computer. We can't put the 2 of you. You 2 are just ridiculous. All right. We'll just let you keep on keeping on until you're done. Hey, a lot took place this weekend. Some of it very serious. And I'm just going to ask you a simple question. When you heard the news that Grayson Murray died, and while they didn't say it on Saturday, it was certainly implied, and it was the overbearing part of the story, that the fear was that he had killed himself. Should the PGA Tour have continued playing the tournament? Just gut feeling, yes or no? You think they did the right thing by continuing to play?
I do. I'm a big fan of the show must go on, David. And I don't know if that makes me cold and callous.
No.
Or if that just makes me get off my front lawn. I don't know exactly. But to me, you keep playing.
Well, the tournament was already halfway done. And also, I don't know when exactly the news got out on Saturday of his demise. If I think the 3rd round was already underway, if you know what I mean.
Right.
When people found out. So his family, for what it's worth, they talked about their son, and they went public with his cause of death. And they said that they totally supported the tournament continuing, and that they were glad that actually this could bring awareness to not just him, but to, what befell him, and, let's talk about it, blah, blah, blah. And so it was just a question. The second issue of the weekend, not nearly as serious. So NASCAR has a rule in which, in order to make the playoffs, unless you're injured, you got to start every race, or at least you got to run every race. Okay, even if you've won and you've already qualified for the playoffs. And so with Kyle Larson and the rain at Indy, he didn't make the start of the race, obviously. And then by the time he got to Charlotte and the Coca-Cola 600, they were in a rain delay, and hell, I don't even think he ran a lap. So by rule, the guy who's leading the points race and has won 2 races this year, right now, unless NASCAR gives him a waiver, he's ineligible for the playoffs. Do you think NASCAR should A, give him a waiver, and B, and or change the rule?
Yes and yes. And here's why. David, of all people that you come across, I'm a stickler for rules.
Oh boy, are you. I just saw that was with golf, though.
Well, you have to have rules. Without rules, what do you have? You have anarchy, David. We can't have anarchy. However, NASCAR went out of their way to try to help Larson race in the 500 more than they've ever gone out of their way for really any other driver in quite some time to try to for him to try to pull off this double.
Mm-hmm.
They would look petty and foolish if they stuck to their guns by adhering to this rule. And there's a time to change rules. This is the time.
Well, I agree. And it certainly seems as if they are going to give him the waiver. I don't think they're going to change the rule. I think they're just going to give him a waiver. But that's all. It's an issue. Just wanted to bring it up. 21,000 is our text line. If you've never texted before, you need to, send in a keyword first. FSN radio is the keyword. But if you have texted before, text us. A lot went on this weekend. There's always twitch.tv/Miller and Moulton. We're broadcasting live on it. You can see our show as well. And there's a Twitch chat room. And feel free to chime in accordingly. David Samson coming up at the top of the hour for his weekly visit. I did something yesterday I don't normally do. I don't like the French Open. I don't. I find clay court tennis to be very boring. I know you can argue there's actually more tactics in clay court tennis. I find there to be less tactics in clay court tennis. Beauty's in the eye of the beholder, I guess. And so I really don't like to watch the French unless there's this overwhelming storyline that I want to, be part of. Well, Mark, you had a storyline yesterday.
Yes, you did. Maybe
38
for the last time.
Yeah, 38-year-old Rafael Nadal. Some would argue the greatest of all time. You have to say greatest clay court player of all time.
I think that goes without question.
Although I will say Chris Evert, they were actually talking about it during the match yesterday. Chris Evert had a 9-year run where she lost one clay court match when they played a lot more clay court tennis 45 and 50 years ago. She lost one match. She was like 196-1 in a 9-year stretch on clay. Got to admit, Mark, that's pretty good.
Okay, greatest male.
Right.
Clay court.
No, I think most people are still willing to say greatest clay court player ever. So, he's been injured much of the last 2 years, and he's fought his way back because he really wanted to play one more French. And also, I think that's where they're going to play the Olympics. I think they're going to play because the Olympics are in Paris, and I'm pretty sure they're going to use Roland Garros as the courts. So he wants to get back into form for one more appearance at the French and also to represent his country in the Olympics. So I watched his likely, and he even said, this is likely my final, French. And so I took a couple hours out of my life yesterday for Rafael Nadal, who I'm not even a fan of.
I was going to say, you don't even really, you respect the game and all, but you're not a Rafa guy.
Not at all. Always rooted for Federer and really rooted for Jakob over Rafa. But, it's his swan song.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years.
Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Two for two today. See how long it lasts.
We can move mountains with a t-shirt. A slogan I haven't heard before.
So, David, there is a streaming service, if you have a smart TV, called Tubi, Tubi. They have soap. It's free.
Ooh.
It's free. You just got to, they run commercials, just, like a regular television show. You get a couple of spots.
Mm-hmm.
So I got up yesterday morning and I'm like, is soap streaming anywhere? And it's like 6 a.m. No one's up in the house. And I'm like, download it, find it, watch the first 3 episodes. Second episode, she walks upstairs, not the goofy one, the
Diana Canova,
the normal
brunette,
sister,
the younger brunette.
the sister, the one of the Tates, Bart's wife.
Bert's wife.
Oh
yeah. Yeah.
Anyhow, but she walks upstairs.
Yes.
She walks in the scene. She walks into a room, and it's Billy Crystal wearing one of her dresses.
Yep.
And she freaks out. And she's like, "Oh, you've got a belt with that? Oh, it makes it more." He is so damn funny.
That show's funny today. If you watch that show today and realize that show is nearly 50 years old. Ahead of its time. Oh my goodness. Remember Diana Canova's having Diana Canova who's having the affair with the priest?
With the priest? That
Right.
if that's I don't know.
So we got the gay son. All right.
Well, they give you a season or two before she has the affair with the priest, because by the second episode, you find out that she and her mom are both sleeping with Bert's son. I mean, that's the second episode.
Right, correct. Right. And Billy Crystal is dating an NFL quarterback, okay, who, where the show is giving you the impression that it's Joe Namath. And his character is being played by U.S. Olympic pole vaulter Bob Seagren. When the Olympics were a really big deal.
There is the key statement of the morning. We will never get a Miller and Moulton t-shirt. That's what I'd bet on.
We've had 18 years to come up with one of them.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
22 minutes until the top of the hour, and that's when David Samson will join us for his weekly visit. A lot to talk with David about. Hope you had a great holiday weekend. Thanks for, starting your work week off for many of you with us, Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. A lot to get to. Don't know how much of the weekend we'll recap, but there's a lot just from the last 24 hours. Time now for
The Starting Five. 5 stories you need to know. It's the Starting Five on Miller and Moulton. Here's number 1.
the big redhead passed away yesterday at the age of 71. Bill Walton, arguably the greatest college basketball player of all time. He's on the short list. When he played, freshmen were still ineligible. So he had 3 years that he could play. Mark, 3 years. How many times was he named College Player of the Year?
That would be 3, David.
Yes, it is, Mark. Took UCLA to 3 Final Fours. They won 2. Only David Thompson and the great NC State team of 74 derailed John Wooden and his end-of-career run. He also was league MVP in the NBA. Only 7 players have been NBA MVP and Naismith Player of the Year. Led the Blazers to their only NBA title in 77, and then was 6th Man of the Year on arguably the greatest Celtics team since Auerbach and Russell, the 86 Celtics, in which that was the 3rd of Larry's 3 titles. Bill Walton died of cancer at the age of 71. Game 4, Eastern Conference Finals last night, and it's over. Pacers at an 8-point lead with under 6 minutes to play. They didn't score for the final 3.5 minutes of the game. Tough to win a close one when you don't score for the final 3.5 minutes. Celtics end the game on a 7-0 run. Derek White hits a 3 from the corner with 45 seconds to go. Boston 105, Indiana 102. The Pacers had a late lead in 3 of the 4 games, and they're going home. Game 4 Western Conference Finals tonight. It could also be a sweep because Dallas is up 3-0. Mavs only a 1.5-point favorite tonight. They got a couple of guys banged up. The full complement may not play for the Mavs tonight. It's expected both Luka and Kyrie will. But, you know, the role players have been pretty big in this series for Dallas. And a few of them are limping around, didn't really participate in the shoot-around yesterday. So we'll see. 8:30 TNT tonight. Dallas trying to advance to what would be their, 3rd ever NBA Finals. Lost to the Heat in 06 and beat the Heat in 2011. So there you have it. NHL. Game 3 Western Conference Finals. Edmonton looked great in the first period. Led 2-0. Held the Stars to just 3 shots on goal. Dallas said, if it's okay with you, we'll take it from here. They scored 3 in the second, and then with it being 3-3 in the third, they scored 2 in the third to win it. Jason Robertson with a hat trick. He scored the go-ahead, ultimately game-winning goal with a little over 8 minutes to go. Dallas 5-3. They lead 2-1. And the Rangers lead the Panthers 2-1. All-important Game 4 tonight at sunrise, 8 o'clock on the 4-letter network. Mark Miller saying it's a must-win for the Panthers, that if they lose, they will not win the series. It's funny, I think they're the better team, don't you?
So far, but few more power plays. The Rangers, who struggled on the power play, are winning 5-on-5 battles. Rempe coming into the lineup has helped because they've all hit more.
Mm-hmm. So game 4 tonight, 8 o'clock. By the way, one other NHL note, the Kraken expected to name Dan Bilesma their head coach. This is interesting, Mark, for a league that loves to recycle coaches. He won a cup with the Penguins in 2009, had a pretty good run with Pittsburgh. They got rid of him for Mike Sullivan, who then won 2 more cups and has had a pretty good run. But Bilesma wasn't hired by anybody else. That's odd. He just spent 7 years in the AHL. He's going to get the Kraken gig. French Open, it's likely the end for Rafael Nadal. What's his all-time record there? Like 112-4? Something like that? I mean, 14-time French Open champion. Nadal ousted in the first round. He had a tough draw. He drew Zverev, who's the top 5 player in the world, powerful in his 20s. You know, Rafa at times looked great, and at times looked like a 38-year-old coming back from injury just for, you know, one more moment in the sun. So Nadal said, not 100% it's the end, but it's likely my last appearance here. Mark, the respect that those have for Nadal, current male and female players on tour made sure to make their way to the match. Djokovic was in the crowd. Alcaraz was in the crowd. All right. Some top female players were in the crowd. Okay. The respect that they have for Nadal. French Open is underway. Coco Gauff won her first match easily. To baseball. First off, if you were running Major League Baseball, you've got 30 teams in your league. How many would play on Memorial Day?
30.
Yeah, that wasn't the case yet.
No, it wasn't. And it's so funny you say that, David. I got up yesterday morning and I was up early and I just started, you know, I'm looking through my phone, reading some articles on games. And I just said, boy, I wonder who the Tigers play today.
Right. It's Memorial Day. So, of course,
Memorial Day. Who are they playing? They weren't playing.
No, neither were the Yankees, by the way. The Yankees didn't play yesterday. Is there a bigger draw in your sport than the Yankees? No, there isn't. You don't have to like them.
For the first time in nearly 12 years of marriage, my wife said, what do we watch today? Is there a baseball game on? And she did. It was Memorial Day. I checked to make sure it was still her, checked her temperature and all those things. And then after that, I said, no, there's not.
So did you try to say, can we watch a soap rerun? And you didn't mean All My Children?
That's a personal thing. I take
Okay.
That's
Sorry.
just for me. I don't need any interruptions
Gotcha.
in that. Try to explain
Okay.
that show to
I
someone
understand.
else.
Plus, certain subject matter she may not like on that show.
Nope.
Just saying. So anyway, there were only 11 games yesterday. So 8 teams didn't play. And then the Dodgers and Mets got rained out. So only 20 of the 30 teams ended up playing yesterday. Doubleheader today, by the way, Dodgers-Mets, betting opportunity, split or sweep. Come on now. You always bet on the split. Marlins lost to the Padres 2-1. Orioles have won 5 in a row. They beat Boston 11-3. Man, Braves having a tough time of it.
Wow.
The Acuna story made me sick. Really did. And I'm a Mets fan, but he's a star. He's such a fun player.
I don't know where you'd put him as far as ranking players, but he is. You are right. He's a star. He is.
I mean, come on. Are there
in the ballpark to see, if you know what I mean?
Besides Ohtani, is there anybody off the top of your head that if you had to pay money to go watch play Major League Baseball, besides Ohtani, Acuna would have to be right up there. Non-contact, another ACL injury, this time on the other knee. Obviously going to miss the rest of the season. Braves lost to the Nats yesterday, 8-4. They're 6 back of the Phillies, who I will say, finally their first hiccup of the season. They've lost 3 out of 4. They've gone on the road. It started in Colorado. Now they're in San Francisco. Giants 8-4 over the Phils. Yeah, they're still the best record in baseball. Brewers with 5 in the 8th beat the Cubs 5-1. Cubs are scuffling. They're back to 500, and they're the second place team in the Central. So the Brewers' lead is 4.5, Mark. Hey, our Reds have won 4 in a row.
Hey.
the entire time that we were off, they've done nothing but win. Now that we're talking about them again, got to bet on the Cardinals to win tonight, don't you? 3-1 Reds yesterday. Despite the Royals scoring 4 in the ninth, they lost to the Twins 6-5. Toronto got a George Springer homer and a 5-1 win over the White Sox. Guardians saw their 9-game winning streak snapped. Colorado beat them 8-6. And Seattle beat Houston last night 3-2. They scored 3 in the first. Mariners, only team above 500 in the West. And so their lead is 3.5. So think about that. AL West, NL Central, only one team in each division above 500. Angel Hernandez is retiring. The infamous umpire. Infamous because he's terrible. And he matched his terribleness up with a worse attitude. Angel Hernandez. It's a forced retirement. Baseball paid him off to go away, ending his 30-year umpiring career effective immediately. So that's it. Very quietly, baseball took him out of the rotation. The last game he worked was May 9th. College baseball. So we got 4 teams in Florida who are in. Florida State, in fact, seeded 8th. They're going to host a regional. And if you're seeded 8th, if you win, you're going to host a super regional. Florida and UCF both got at-large bids. And here's the irony. The UCF at-large, not nearly as controversial as the Gators at-large. Apparently, Florida is the second-to-last team to make the tournament. A game above 500. You got College of Charleston who won, 44, 45 games? 44 and 14, something like that? Yeah, they didn't get a bid. Gators did. Stetson, by the way, won the A-Sun. They're a 4 seed. They're going to play Florida State in the Tallahassee Regional.
The SEC got in 11.
Yeah.
And if you really want to count it, they got in 13.
Because of Texas and Oklahoma?
Right.
Here's the other thing that they did. Take a look at how many times the SEC school is either the 1 or the 2 seed in the regional, and an ACC school is opposite them. I mean, in theory, we should have a lot of ACC versus SEC region finals, if you will, to see who goes to the super regional.
19 of the 64 coming from those 2 conferences.
Speaking of college baseball, there's a story that we touched upon last week. Birmingham Southern, a D3 school that's going out of business.
Is out of business.
Well, I guess officially Friday.
Oh, that's right. Friday. I'm sorry. The 31st.
May 31st,
right.
End of the month. But yeah, I mean, last classes have taken place and what have you. Their baseball team's still alive in the D3 College World Series. We're going to talk to one of their outfielders coming up in bonus hour of the show.
Marking an interesting point for the Miller and Moulton show, which will be the second guest of our show who we're friendly with the fathers of for a long time. We had Gavin Brindley on. I knew Ryan Brindley, know Ryan Brindley very well. And Jeff Zito, Jacob's father, worked with us in the radio business in and around town in Southwest Florida for the better part of 20 years.
That's how long we've been doing this.
Now we're interviewing their kids.
Hello.
Holy cow.
College softball, we're down to 8. 6 of the top 8 seeds made it through to the super regional. Gators are the 4 seed. They're taking on Oklahoma State Thursday night. Remember the U.S. women's golf story in which there was a chance that Haley Davidson, the transgender golfer, was going to get in the Open? Okay, she did not. There were 4 alternates that ultimately were added to the U.S. Women's Open field, which is taking place this week, but Davidson was not one of them. Davidson was the first alternate coming out of Bradenton. And NFL, 2 women are suing ex-Jaguars and current Commanders kicker Brandon McManus, and also suing the Jags, accusing McManus of sexual assault on one of the flights that the Jags took from Jacksonville to London, and suing the Jags because he said the organization didn't do anything about it. And at 8 minutes before the hour mark, that was
the Starting 5 every weekday morning at this time on Miller and Moulton.
So there. That's some of what went on. Obviously, you had all the racing take place Sunday. You had the Grayson Murray tragedy, obviously, that took place Friday night, Saturday morning on the PGA Tour. But, you know, it's stuff that basically happened in the last 18 hours.
And with the Grayson Murray story, it is amazing to me, David, how we've changed in this country. When they read the whole statement on Sunday from his parents and obviously mentioned how he died, that's something we didn't talk about before. We've come a long way to bring that up and bring up mental health disorders in this country. Miller and Moulton, thanks for listening.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Good morning, David.
Good morning. How are you?
Doing great. How about yourself?
I am well. Okay. Everyone had a good weekend?
Very much so.
Yeah.
Good.
Very laid back. How about yourself?
It was relaxing. I watched a lot of movies, which was great.
Is there anything out there today that either you've seen or you want to see?
I watched The Fall Guy and Civil War were two of the recent ones this weekend.
How was The Fall Guy?
I was entertained.
Okay. That's the point.
But then seeing the two cameos at the end, it made me a little sad. But I won't spoil anything. Although I think that is a spoiler.
We have a guest today in our 9 o'clock hour, David, who is he is the son of a friend of ours, but he is playing for that Birmingham Southern baseball team. I don't know if you're aware, the D3 team that the school's out of business.
Yeah, but they kept playing for whatever reason.
Playing, and they made the D3 World Series.
How are they getting from place to place?
Well,
this is what we have to find out. How are they paying for things?
Well, that's what we wonder. So this weekend, if you're the coach, do you just put everything on the company card because what do you care? You're done. Or who's going to pay the bills from this weekend?
I assume they're having a bake sale. And it ain't cupcakes.
That's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking it's a GoFundMe.
Right.
Some MLB player is going to see the story and end up forking over $100,000 to get these guys through the week.
Yeah, I assume they turned off the credit cards. It's sort of the first thing you do in a bankruptcy.
Well, exactly. I guess the school officially goes under Friday. So May 31st, the doors are closed, the whole deal. Okay. And the team, I think, is playing Saturday. I think Saturday, June 1st.
Love this story.
Right.
I'm going to look into it. Love it.
It's made the rounds nationally. I mean, it's popped on, the ESPNs of the world that have picked it up.
All right, I missed it. I was knee deep in a cave all weekend, but I'm gonna go like groundhog. Look around, see what I find.
But we literally last week wondered, so do you just run up the all-time tab of tabs if you're the coach and don't even worry about whether it gets paid or not? I mean,
in the movies, yes.
Do you
in real life you can't?
When you check into the hotel and you submit the school credit card, will it not work? I mean, how?
It generally should be declined.
Right.
There could be an agreement though to keep everything open till Friday. But after Friday, and again, they could stop classes Friday, but keep the business quote unquote going for another month. You don't know.
But the school, I guess, announced however many weeks ago that as of May 31st, they are no more. They're out of business. And so, of course, they didn't expect their baseball team to go all the way to the Division III World Series.
So
first game, June 1st, right?
Now I'm rooting for them to win the whole
Totally.
Oh, yeah.
Apparently
the Bears quality to it.
Right. Apparently the Birmingham Southern Panthers.
I wonder whether that's the most commonly used nickname.
Got to be up there.
Eagles.
High school, college. Eagles is a good one.
I'm thinking Eagles is up there.
Tigers.
Tigers is a good one.
There's 3 Tigers in the SEC.
That's true.
All right, here we go.
Okay, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
Hour number 2 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday, and we begin every Tuesday, 7 o'clock a.m. in the East Hour with David Samson. He of Nothing Personal with David Samson, an award-winning podcast, which he does live 8 a.m. Eastern weekday mornings. But on Tuesdays, he joins us. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. Hope you had a good holiday weekend. How are you?
I'm not as refreshed as I'd like to be. I was thinking about that while getting on the air with you guys this morning, that after a long weekend, you're supposed to feel great and renewed and reinvigorated. But I'm not. I'm a little down.
If we went to the 4-day work week, which I'm guessing you would be against because you like work more than anybody that I know, would you take Mondays off or Fridays off?
I would take Fridays off, but I was thinking of doing a show yesterday. I was disappointed that we didn't do one yesterday, but Coca said, just take a day. Take a day, Samson. But I don't like taking days.
Yesterday was Memorial Day, and the old ode in baseball. At first there was Labor Day, then it was 4th of July, and now it's pretty much, all right, take a snapshot of the standings on Memorial Day, and basically what you see is what you're going to get. Do you believe that to be the case? Very quickly, Yankees with a 1.5 lead on Baltimore. They're tied in the loss column. Guardians 2.5 up on the Royals. Seattle 3.5 up in the West. Phillies 6 up on the Braves. Brewers 4.5 up in the Central. Dodgers 5 up on both the Giants and Padres. Go.
I'm going to say that the Mariners may have a problem, even though I chose them to win the World Series, because the Astros are going to get hot. I think that the Phillies are good. The Dodgers are good. The Yankees and Orioles are going to duke it out through the end of the year. So I'm looking at that race very carefully. But it is true what you're saying. The majority of the time, June 1st is the day, but Memorial Day, whatever you want to choose, look and see at the standings. And it's hard to change them, which is so crazy because in baseball, in the front office, we had a different view. When we got to Memorial Day, if we were 4 to 5 games out of the wild card, we're starting and looking to add. Maybe we've already added earlier in May, which I've done before, but we always heard these stats and we lived these stats. But every year we would assume we'd be the exception to these stats.
All right. Baseball did it. I don't know how. We've talked about this a million times, but Angel Hernandez retired, and it wasn't his choice. It's never been his choice.
Nope.
First off, they took him out of the game 3 weeks ago, and unless you're paying really close attention, not many people are even aware of that. How did baseball pull this off, David?
They negotiated. You have to negotiate, and what happened is I believe that Angel finally did lose the support of the union because the union, you can't stand for incompetence for too long. You can cover it up. You can say all for one, one for all. We're here to protect all of our members. But eventually you realize, my God, we're going to be so much better if we don't have to think about how bad Angel is anymore. So you start the negotiation, and then it comes to a completion, ending with that statement that Angel released, which was a totally lawyered statement, totally negotiated statement. And to me, the focus on this should not be on how bad he was at balls and strikes, because he was bad. The focus should be the miracle that you can sue your employer, allege racial discrimination, be totally wrong because it was incompetence that caused you not to get assignments in the postseason or to become a crew chief. You can lose in the legal system at every step of the way, and you get to keep your job. I do not favor a system where when you sue your employer and lose in a fair court of law, that you all of a sudden everything's roses, butterflies, and unicorns because you're part of a union. So people within the league office are thrilled today that they were able to finally finish the negotiation and just be rid of him.
Do you think that baseball sat down with him and or the union and looked at them and said, you know what, either go away or we are going to fire you and we'll adjudicate this. It'll take years. It'll cost you a lot of money. It'll cost us a lot of money. But you know what? You've done your last game, and we will take you on over this. And here's what Angel, in theory, don't you think, David, the union then said, Angel, you have to go because not only do we not want to do this 3-year court battle, but if they win, then they get to fire more of us.
So we tried that when I was in the game, because remember, we've been trying to get rid of Angel. This is not the last 6 months. This has been going on, I'm going to say 15 years, maybe longer. And I think what happened was it was finally enough where baseball hit that point that you're describing, saying, you know what, we can't have him on the field anymore. We're just not going to be embarrassed the way we've been embarrassed. And so they went to the union. And what's special about this year, they're renegotiating their CBA. If you look back at the best time to get rid of old bad umpires, or even young bad ones, but mostly ones who are old, you do it around CBA negotiations, and that's what they're doing currently. So it was always where the league said, listen, we're not doing a CBA where Angel is in this union on this field. So you want to talk turkey? Are you ready? And then a deal got done.
David, I know schedules are not simple. I get it. I worked for a minor league hockey team, and I know the pain in the butt a schedule can be and the back and forth between team and the league. But what the hell is a third of the league doing off on Memorial Day? There wasn't a game yesterday until 8 o'clock at night. There was a basketball game and a hockey game. They had the whole day, Memorial Day, you know, a very American day. And there wasn't a whole hell of a lot of baseball being played. This is a big mistake on my belief that Major League Baseball makes. I know the schedule's hard, but don't they have to have everybody playing on Memorial Day?
There's certain things you fight for with the union when you're doing a collective bargaining agreement. And one thing that the players really focused on were more off days. They focused on better travel. They didn't like getting into cities at 4 a.m. God knows why. They're up that late anyway. They liked more afternoon games, which owners did not want, because afternoon games, you get less revenue than night games. And believe it or not, when you send out a schedule questionnaire to teams, which you do every year, we would always check the box, do not want to host Memorial Day, Labor Day. Why? Because most people are with their families, they're doing barbecues, and they're not going to games. So the owners were not willing to fight to have games on Memorial Day. The players didn't actually care. They want the off day, and they'd love to be off with their families that day. And if they're going to trade a Memorial Day to get not days off, maybe every other year, and they're going to give some economic concession for that, then that's a deal that MLB would cut every day.
He's David Samson. Nothing personal with David Samson. It's his award-winning podcast. He does it live, 8 a.m. Eastern weekdays. You can follow David on X at David, the letter P. Samson, David P. Samson. You are very friendly with, and you are part of the Dan Le Batard Show. I don't know if you're part of his podcasting network at all. He sat down. I'm not quite sure when he sat down with Stan Van Gundy, but he aired it late last week, in which Stan disclosed that when his wife died last August, it was via suicide. And then obviously we had the suicide over the weekend of PGA Tour player Grayson Murray. Mark and I commented that, when we got into this business, and I did local news, David, for 20 years, if someone killed themselves, it didn't make the news. It was like that death didn't count. Okay. That does not make a newscast. Okay. And now it is something that we're talking about publicly, and people are being very open about. Do you like that? Do you think it's a good thing? Do you think that, quite frankly, the media is being disingenuous, pretending to care about something serious when maybe they don't?
Well, the last thing you said is something, of course, I think about all the time. I think the media can be disingenuous often and agenda laden and pretend to care about things. But in this case, the changes that have happened, the progress in talking about mental health, and I'm the first to tell you, 25 years ago, when I got into the game, if a player came to me and said they were having trouble at home, I would say, I don't care, go play. When a player said that he wasn't feeling great or he was a little down, I don't care, drink a Red Bull, take some greenies, go play, and I need you, period. And then all of a sudden it got talked about more, and we had a psychologist, and the psychologist would talk about the possibility of players not being able to perform at their peak. And I said, I don't care. I need them performing. They're getting paid unless somehow they'll give up their salary. So I held on to the notion that mental health didn't matter. And I held on to it for way too long. And then I started switching when I realized that there's no difference between mental injury and physical injury. They both impact your ability to perform. Why am I going to say it's okay to have a physical injury, but then say it's not okay to have a mental problem? And so that change started happening, not just with me, but across all executives in sports. And it became talked about more and accepted more. And then you started with TV shows where there'd be a phone number to call if you're having suicidal thoughts. That didn't exist when I was a kid. And so I think the progress is tremendous. I think it's critical to talk about it, because what happens if talking about it saves somebody? And it sounds so campy, but that's why you do cigarette commercials no more, because, hey, let's not encourage it. And if you do smoke or you do gambling, that's a good one to use. Let's make sure that people know, hey, there's a number to call if you're becoming a degenerate. So I think it's tremendous progress, and I think it's important to talk about all of it.
And obviously, two big stories that were being talked about, and there's no easy way to bring it up. How many, David, are you of the notion that every team has a psychologist in all four major sports? I
guarantee it. Yes. Every team has multiple. It used to be psychologists were like assistant coaches. You just had one. Remember when there were only a few assistant coaches? Now you've got 3 rows of assistant coaches in the NBA. It's like that with mental health too.
We got about 60 seconds left. We've talked about this in the past where the NFL and other leagues sometimes have a 24/7, 365 cab service. And we wonder why it is that people don't use it. And it's because they don't want their teams to find out that they're out late partying and what have you. Are you aware, if I played for you and I went to go see the psychologist or psychiatrist, would you know about it?
No. It's a HIPAA rule. The answer is no. However, there are times, many times, when we would send the psychologist to go talk to a player, but then we wouldn't know what they talk about or what the result was. It's not like he reports back to us. He reports to us in the structure of the company, but it's completely confidential what he talks about with the players in terms of analysis.
David Samson, 47 minutes from now, he will record live. Nothing Personal with David Samson, his daily podcast weekdays, and follow him on X at David the letter P Samson, David P Samson. David, all the best. We'll talk in June.
Yes, we will. Looking forward. Bye-bye.
David Samson, kind enough to join us once again here on Miller and Moulton. Trent Bally and the play of the day coming up next. Thanks for listening.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look.
This will be the last week of the play of the day, too. I can assure you of that.
You're not eager to keep it going?
One, I don't know how.
I'm joking. I know. It's a lot.
Two, it's another half hour. I'd probably have to get here before the show to get it done. You've got an hour and a half to get it done. I'd have 15 minutes, and that ain't happening.
Were you guys talking about this?
I just said this will be the last week of the play of the day, too.
Okay.
Not only do I not know how to do it, it takes him a bit of time to get it all done, and I'm not getting in here that early to get that done. That ain't happening. Me, Irish football, right now, me. We're streamlining the show.
Mark's going to make Trent's $9 a day.
Probably not, but
you will. You will.
David,
you better.
Can't get paid commission for the sales I've done. Do you really think I'm going to start getting that money?
Well, yeah, you're going to submit it. It's
And it
gonna
won't
be
get
part of-
paid the same way I submit the
Well,
commissions that don't get paid every
well,
month.
no, you don't submit it separately. Just submit it all. Just add him onto yours, and
What I do.
it will. It will. He has to pay you. We won't do the show. The show will go away.
No, actually it won't, because I still need the other money.
Well, but if you think he's not going to be paying you, if you know what I mean. I'm saying you're going to put Trent's money on top of your money. You're going to submit it as one invoice. He can't not pay you. He can't pick and choose how much of that invoice he's going to pay you.
Does every month. He does every month. It's Gladys Knight's birthday.
What about the
Rudy
Pips?
Giuliani.
What about the Pips?
The Gladys Knight commercial with Chuck and Spike Lee and Sam L. Jackson, where Chuck goes, "She needs some pips, and you could be a pip squeak." And he holds up the tiny little suit for Spike.
Huh. There it is. There's the line of the show. Submit all you want.
Oh.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. We'll talk Florida Panthers facing. It's not technically a must win, although it kind of feels like one. Certainly does more to Mark than myself. I still think the Panthers are the better team, and down 3-1 would not be ideal, but I actually like the Panthers' chances of coming back from 3-1 down a lot more than I would have liked the Rangers, to be honest with you. But
well, and
just me.
would you say hockey's the sport where a 3-1 lead feels the most vulnerable, if you know what I mean?
Yeah.
More so than baseball or basketball?
I don't know about baseball, but to me, because of the goaltending situation, that the 3-1 seems more volatile. And as we've talked about, road teams have a winning record in these Stanley Cup playoffs. So the whole home ice thing, it totally meaningless. It just is, Mark. You and I, we'd like it in a game 7 just to have last change, maybe get some of the line matchups that we want. But These rinks are all the same.
No, even Paul Maurice said in Game 3 when asked about, home ice and line change, and he goes, I really haven't given it any thought. I may as the game goes on, but it's not part of my strategy heading into the game. We'll see how things play out.
So David Dwork to talk a little Panthers coming up in a little more than an hour. And the fascinating story that is this whole Birmingham Southern baseball team. We're going to talk to one of the players coming up in about an hour and a half. But, there's so many questions that he's not going to be able to answer. We were talking with David Samson about it during the commercial break. I'm not kidding here. Are we sure the credit card's going to work when they go to check in at the Division III World Series?
No.
The school has announced that they're closing forever on Friday, May 31st. They're
you turn
playing
those credit cards off right away, David.
That I've heard that. Yes. And I know when we don't pay our bills and you go to use the card and it's like, yeah, this doesn't work. What do you mean it doesn't work? Oh, they didn't let you know? Yeah, they shut it off. They let everybody know, man. May 31st, we're done. We gone. Figured I'd throw a little Hawk Harrelson in. I've got a lot of Angel Hernandez that I was watching last night. So all these announcers that were railing on Angel Hernandez over 30 years, and I don't know if anybody on the air went as crazy about Angel Hernandez as Hawk Harrelson. So I got him in my head.
Understood.
This morning. So, but I'm just, so they go to check in the hotel room. Now they're flying, I think, Thursday or Friday. So to get to the Division III World Series, but they're not playing until June. They will be playing games for a school that literally no longer exists. But Mark, when do you pay your hotel bill?
At the end.
Right. You reserve it at the beginning.
Right.
You pay it at the end. First off, if you're the hotel, don't you have to request payment up front?
I'm going to run that card right when they get there for the whole amount.
Totally.
In this situation, yes, you got to have your bases covered.
Also, meals. Do you look at it one of two ways? Sorry, guys, the meals run out Friday. You're on your own for the weekend. Or do you just like, we're going to run up the biggest damn tab, and I ain't worried about it. Not my problem. Not my problem. Where do you even submit it to? Seriously. Helen in accounting is out of a job.
You would think there's an office even if the school closes for 30 days to tie up loose ends. I think everything's going to be paid for, but I am curious to find out. And I'm also guessing that when we talk to Jakob Zito, who plays for Birmingham Southern, he doesn't have a clue how things are getting paid. He just shows up and plays baseball.
Well, I know that. Although I am going to ask him, like, hey, has meal money been affected at all? Is this honestly, have you noticed more takeout, less drive-through? What? I'm just curious. Come on.
Well, all those trades you had for the home ballpark, those are gone.
Right. Okay. You think Subway is going to honor, things this late in the season? Hell no.
Not like you can give them an outfield sign for next year.
You can't trade away. Hey, we'll give you 4 tickets for next year. Yeah, to UAB football? What? All right.
Just quickly, we were talking about this heading into the last segment with David Samson of, most common team nicknames. You guys are pretty good. I wanted to give it up to the two of you.
Okay.
Because you said Eagles.
Just a guess, I thought Eagles might be the most common, like high school, college, pro nickname.
According to mascotdb.com, David, Eagles, the number 1 most frequently used team name. Tigers, Trent, number 2.
Okay. Look at us.
Rest of the top 5, Bulldogs 3, Panthers 4, and Wildcats 5.
Okay, so just for the record, for fun, my high school was the Bulldogs. David?
Hawks.
Panthers.
So we're all in the top 10?
No, Hawks.
Hawks out of the top 10?
Hawks 23.
Oh, wow.
Hawks coming in at 23.
I'm just curious, where are the Satans? And I asked that because of Devil's Lake, North Dakota, and literally the school nickname was they were the Satans, and the cheerleaders would be chanting, "Go Satans." It was my favorite. I would literally drive the hour and a half and I'd give the cheerleaders more time in the local highlights at Devil's Lake High School than I did anywhere else. And I made sure that we had the sound turned all the way up, because how could you not submit a resume tape, okay, in which you're having the cheerleaders, in which you get news directors all over the country going, are they really chanting "Go Satans"? Okay, that's what it sounds like. Go Satans.
At least it wasn't "Go Satan, go."
Well, that would be if they had a hockey team, I guess.
Time now for our Molly Maid play of the day. Trent, what do you have for us?
Game 3. This is for David. High scoring affair. 5-4. Rangers win it. Here's Alex Wenberg with the game winner.
Rodriguez will take it for the Panthers off the possession. Kulikov has it up the near wall, but the Rangers have it. Gustafson with a heave on and scores! Emeo is off to something in front, but the Rangers score in overtime, and they take a 2-1 series lead with a 5-4 win.
I'll tell you, folks, in all honesty, call the cops. There was a robbery here lately.
There was a robbery, apparently.
Yeah, it's called Game 3.
I don't know, David. You got to be somewhat happy. Come on, I know you're a little apprehensive.
I was thrilled, but it's the only sport where you can put it this way. The only thing I could equate it to is it's like a baseball game where one team is constantly getting runners on. Seems like they get a hit and a walk every inning, and they're threatening every inning. All right, and yet the other team does nothing for an hour and a half, and then boom, home run. It just was a crazy game.
Well, yeah, didn't the Rangers score 2 goals on their first 4 shots on goal?
Well, and also then they scored 2 quick goals in the second. They had a shorthanded goal, with the Panthers on the power play, obviously, and it was. I mean, the Rangers won a game where they didn't score on the power play. The top guns for the Rangers are not scoring. They have not scored a power play goal yet in this series, and they're winning. It's a strange series. The Panthers are controlling play, and they're trailing? Nuts. But that's the Molly Maid play of the day.
And cautiously optimistic Moulton over there, who has been this way throughout the postseason, was that way throughout the Carolina series, is now continuing that attitude into the conference finals, even though his team is up 2-1. He's just trying to figure out how they're up 2-1.
I feel like they've been outplayed for 3 weeks, and they're 2 wins away from the finals.
Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years.
Hendrickson, the edge, is making like 15, and didn't they sign? Who's the defensive tackle they signed away from? Oh boy, is it the Ravens?
So we haven't even discussed a poll question.
No, we haven't.
If you could have a 4-day work week, what day would you want to have off?
Perfect.
Here you go.
Could I nominate Wednesday?
Wow.
Just a thought.
Huh.
It wouldn't make it a 4-day work week then. It would make it a 2-day work week with a break.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. Monday, Friday, only options.
Realtor Clark wants the poll question to be: are we mad at Trent for leaving? Yes or no?
Yep.
I would like to think there's a faction of people that can't stand me, and therefore they're.
I just thought he meant between the two show hosts.
Damn, that funny. I know funny. That funny. Yes, Stratharian. Yep, he found someone to pay him more than $9 a show. Friday.
I'd want Monday.
No, Stratharian was asking Trent's last show.
Oh.
Although he's going to help us out for a handful of shows over the next 5 weeks afterwards, because we had already locked in vacation time and what have you. Ambient? Yes, I watched almost the entire Nadal match yesterday. I picked it up early first set. Yeah, of course we'd be willing to train someone. Ambient, it is it. I mean, he's all but said it. He's 38. He's fought back injuries. He just wants to get through the Olympics. Another Bally who's so upbeat. Just what we need.
Here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes before the hour. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. You know, we're off for 1 day. And between the two of us, we totally lose our bearings. We haven't even discussed the poll question.
No. As a matter of fact, David, we haven't. It hasn't been brought up.
No.
But I have something I'd like to nominate.
Okay, well, considering we're 90 plus minutes into the show, I'm willing to say whatever you nominate, we're going to go with.
And by nominate, I probably mean the poll question because I may have already posted it.
Damn.
If you could have a 4-day work week every week, What day would you want off? Monday or Friday?
Ooh.
I'm a Monday guy, and here's why. Even if we went to a 4-day work week, Friday will be the most unproductive day at the office. If you had to divide it up and half the people could take Mondays and half the people could take Fridays, Friday would still be Friday, no matter how you slice it. So you're really doing a 3.5 if you take Mondays off. And if you take Fridays off, you're more apt to have to do a full 4-day work week.
You know, for two people who have really advocated for the 4-day work week, a 4-day work week for us would be problematic because the two easiest / best days to do a show are Mondays and Fridays.
That's why I nominate Wednesdays. But then, of course, as Mark brings up, that doesn't really.
I mean, it still would be a 4-day work week.
But I know what you're saying. It breaks it up. It's 2 days on, 1 day off, 2 days on, 2 days off. But think about this. If you get Mondays off, you get the day after the Super Bowl off no matter what. And the national championship game. And actually, no.
No, Natty's on Mondays.
All right, Tuesdays. I nominate Tuesdays.
Just for those 2 days a year. For the college basketball and football national championships. That away, Trent.
It's called vacation time, young man. Okay. PTO. Okay. You'll learn about it. Trent's last week, by the way. We announced it late last week, but I'm always one of those. I was in the local TV industry for 20 years in which they never announced before someone's last day that it was their last day. And usually a person's last day was on a Friday. Well, not everybody watches on a Friday. They're doing things. And then all of a sudden, so-and-so on your local news isn't there the next week. And you're like, hey, where's Marjorie? Okay. Oh, Marjorie left. Well, what do you mean Marjorie left? I like Marjorie. Where'd she go? And so we're just, Trent's been with the show now 7 months. And he's leaving us because, well, he got a better gig, pays more money. So that's how it works. I mean, he's putting that college education to work there. Found a better gig, pays twice as much. Oh, okay. Think you got to take it. So it'll suck for us, but it'll really suck for Mark. I mean, my responsibility, it doesn't get added at all. Okay. Mark's going to be juggling.
We'll get through it. We'll be just fine.
Okay.
I hope.
So this is it for Trent. Could also be it for the play of the day. Molly Maid, we're going to have to put you on something else. Okay. Just saying.
Yeah, there's a lot of work that's involved in that, and I don't really want to learn what all is involved in doing that. It's enough that I've got to learn about 3 new things this week as it is.
Right. So there you have it. So Trent's last week. And so our poll question is 4-day week. By the way, so you want Monday off. I want Friday.
Monday. Oh, that works out well.
So we will ham and egg this really well then. Okay, it's 4-day week. We'll basically do 3 shows together.
It's not a bad idea.
Maybe if technologically I could get us on and off the air, maybe we can
that would be the problem.
3 shows together with 4 days off in between. You guys could extend your careers by 10 years, probably.
This sounds like a Howard Stern schedule right here, man.
10 years or 10 minutes.
If we could just pull this off. Hey, can I get back to the Birmingham Southern baseball team thing? So we did not realize this. Apparently, they have a GoFundMe page. And they asked for $50,000, and so far they've raised $40,000 of it. All right. Here's the other thing, and I was going to wait until we interview one of their outfielders at the 9:00 Eastern hour. But did you see their story over the weekend? First off, they played the number 2 team in Division II. They weren't expected to win. And obviously they won because they're going forward to the World Series. But they all got sick. Don't know if it was okay. Literally, there's video during the game of like 8 guys on IVs during the game.
How'd they pay for the IVs? That's what I want to know.
Oh, there you go. All right. Also, 2 guys were in the hospital. Got 8 guys on IVs. Okay. And they're going out and they're winning. By the way, if you're the manager for, I think they played Denison.
Yes,
right?
in Ohio.
Don't you have to be yelling at your guys? Look at those guys. We're losing to a bunch of guys that are hooked up to IVs. What is wrong with you? It's where you wish baseball was like a physical sport. You know, you could question your team's manhood. You got to toughen up. Instead, it's baseball. You know,
I mean, they couldn't even poison the opposition and win. Think about how bad Denison is that you poison the opposition, you give the whole team food poisoning, and you can't win.
So Jakob Zito, an outfielder. We don't know if Jakob was hooked up to IVs. We don't know if Jakob was in the hospital. But he's a starting outfielder on the team. They keep winning. They're in the World Series. School's going out of business in 3 days. Done. Kaput. Doors closed. Phones turned off. Done.
Hope your credits transfer.
And apparently, travel and accommodations are picked up by the NCAA. Once you get that far, so apparently the hotels and the travel is apparently covered by the NCAA.
The GoFundMe is helping to feed them.
Yeah, and also any extra expenses, like say IVs. Right. Mm-hmm. And that apparently if there's any money left over in the GoFundMe, they're basically going to give it to the coaches who obviously are losing their jobs. And it'll be like, here, split it up amongst yourselves and good luck.
A little parting gift.
Yeah.
Only slightly better than rice-a-roni.
Hell, I would get at this point, I'd divvy it up and give it to the players. We can pay players now, right? I mean, they can't get in trouble. I know it's D3 and there's no NIL, but what are you gonna do?
How are you gonna find out? Where are you gonna go? But it's a wild story. Birmingham Southern advancing to the D3 College World Series in baseball, despite the fact the college is going out of business.
Right, Friday. Do you take your name off the jerseys then, or do you proudly, we're Birmingham Southern? Well, we were Birmingham Southern. That's the other thing. If you're broadcasting, Mark, do you do it in the past tense? I mean, the school formerly known as?
I mean, it does say something about playing for the name on the back of the jersey because the one on the front doesn't exist anymore.
Right. But you being the big Prince fan, okay, I didn't know if you'd like, if you were the play-by-play voice of Birmingham. So that's the other thing. Who's the broadcasters getting paid?
D3 broadcasters don't get paid. Come on. Now.
Well, they get paid kind of like we pay Trent. $9, some ramen noodles. I mean, come on now.
I got to figure even if they had broadcasted, that would be done because they did things on Plus you can find the games wherever you find their games. It's going to be done at the World Series. But, you're having fun. I got it.
I love this story. Absolutely. Did you see the picture of the players on IVs? Okay, it's remarkable. Behind the dugout, all right, while the game is going on. Unreal. So, anyway, Jakob Zito, an outfielder on the Birmingham Southern team. He'll join us in a little more than an hour. So, hey, when I say to you best college basketball player ever, who do you think of?
I think of Leitner. I think of Leitner. My age and when he was impactful and
right.
What he accomplished.
You mean 4 years at Duke and they went to 4 Final Fours?
Right.
He hit the game-winning shot in 2 region finals. Okay, what are you talking about?
Yeah, in terms of moments, it's hard to argue against Christian Laettner.
Well, it's also look at who they beat. I mean, Laettner outplayed Alonzo Mourning as a freshman. You know, they were both freshmen, but it was Georgetown Duke in the region final. And Laettner outplayed Mourning. And so Duke went to the Final Four instead of, and that was probably the last great Georgetown team under John Thompson. That was the 89 team. I know he had a team with Iverson, but which I think got to a region final also, but I could argue that was the last great Georgetown team. And Laettner outplayed Zoe, both freshmen, and Duke went. Sophomore year, he banks in a 19-footer to beat UConn to deny them going to their first ever Final Four. And then we all know what he did as a senior. Never mind his performance. Check out his performance in the 91 semis against UNLV. When he's going up against Larry Johnson.
But I say that because I didn't watch Bill Walton play. It was all long before my time. My memories of Bill Walton playing, real memories, are with that Celtic team. Coming off the bench, sixth man of the year. That's my memories of Walton playing. And him being able to make a deal with Father Time to find a little more on the basketball court.
Had one more year when his foot was healthy. Yep. It was the 86 season because he's healthy to start the 87 season, and then Walton got hurt. So when the Lakers beat the Celtics in the 87 finals, I'm pretty sure the big redhead didn't play.
But 3-time player of the year when you only got to play for 3 years.
Correct. Also, during his time was when they had the 88-game winning streak. Blew like a 10-point lead in the final 4 minutes at Notre Dame, too. No shot clock, no three-point shot.
The point guard got in foul trouble, and they couldn't move the ball, and they kept turning it over.
Yep.
And it was ugly.
Yep. Put Digger Phelps on the national map at Notre Dame. And right before Walton, obviously, there was Lou Alcindor. And I think a lot, for those of a certain age, they debate, do you go with Walton or do you go with Alcindor? Alcindor led them to, they won the title every year under the guy who would later be known as Kareem. Where in Walton's case, they only won it his first 2 years. But he's on the short list. If you do it the way they do it now, Mark, like all NBA team, they just pick 5. They don't do it by position. They just pick top 5 players in the league, so to speak. I mean, if they did that with college basketball, Walton would make first team all college basketball, wouldn't he?
Yes. He would be on the Mount Rushmore of college basketball.
I think the other 2 we mentioned also would be.
And I'm curious who the 4th would be. 21,000 is the text line. Curious what you think on that. Twitch chat room as well.
So the big redhead passed away yesterday after a private battle with cancer. His last broadcast was mid-February. And Walton was 71.
I reposted the story on X that Walton tells about taking all of the Celtics to the Dead Show.
Right.
It's one of my favorites that they were all side, but Jerry Garcia, right before he plays, looks at Larry Bird, winks, and says, "This is what we do."
And Robert Parrish said he had a great time. And
They all did. Everybody went to the game except Danny Ainge, whose wife would not let him go.
Parrish goes, I was a jazz R&B guy. I did not think I was going to enjoy it. He said, I had a great time.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence. to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market? Well, look no further, because we here at Southwest Florida Golf Carts have just what you need. E-bikes, golf carts, LSVs, scooters, and more. Come down and talk with one of our experienced sales reps, have a soda and a smile, and you could be cruising the streets in your new EV today. Stop by the store or visit our website at flgolfcarts.com and enter for a chance to win $100 off your next purchase by answering John's monthly sports question.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center. Island-inspired food with a true tiki theme. The best place in Naples to enjoy the beautiful weather in Southwest Florida. The Naples Tiki Bar and Grill offers a great menu for dine-in or takeout. Enjoy our famous pulled pork, huge burgers, and tiki bar cocktails. Don't miss happy hour every day from 3 to 6 and live music 7 days a week. See you soon at the Naples Tiki Bar and Grill, 11498 Tamiami Trail East.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
That was the first one I missed. Completely screwed that up, Jacksonville.
Have you seen the highlight from the M Cup?
No.
So a fight breaks out late second period, and whoever's broadcasting the game, I think it's TSN in Canada, they have a camera guy run out onto the ice. He's like 5 feet from the two combatants.
Wow.
With a handheld as they're going at it. People are like, we need more of this. How do we get this?
In my hometown.
It's in Saginaw, right?
Yeah. They were 2-0. I don't know if they've played their third game yet. All right. Can I ask a question?
Absolutely.
On this McManus thing, did these women go to the team first? It's a long time between a flight and.
Yeah, don't know.
This is where people don't believe, if you know what I mean. This is where the part of the problem lies.
Right. I'm guessing they went to the team, but don't really know. This story came out like yesterday.
Right. I just didn't know if there was anything in Jacksonville that you saw that was different.
No, it got filed apparently in court late Friday, but the word didn't get out till yesterday.
Can I champion Patrick Ewing for the 4th spot on the college Mount Rushmore?
There's a lot of Pete Maravich talk out there.
Okay.
Yeah. At 4 centers also, that might be tough.
Importance though, the Big East in that era. Okay, here we go.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is hour number 3 of Miller and Moulton on this Tuesday. We hope you had an enjoyable holiday weekend and got a chance to not work yesterday, a Monday, which kind of leads into our poll question of the day, which is, hey, what if we had 4-day work weeks? Which day would you take off?
David, we got this text, which is a cause of great joy and great sadness all at the same time.
Okay.
Great joy for this gentleman, great sadness for you and I. My office went to a 4-day week in April. I have Wednesdays off. It's great.
Yes!
That's the day that Trent nominated. Miller and Moulton went with the Monday, Friday choose, and Trent goes, I would do Wednesday.
Well, think about it like this. How could you ever get burnt out or have a long week if the most you work in a row is 2 days?
No, Trent, you're onto something.
I think you'd be surprised the amount of people that would maybe opt for Wednesday over a bookended Monday or Friday.
Here's the deal, though, and I don't know. I've never run a business, but if you guys chose Wednesday, wouldn't that be problematic? I mean,
I think everybody would have to choose individually. I don't think we would say we're closed on Wednesday. I think we're open Monday through Friday, but we're given part of the staff. Everybody on the staff gets a day off. If we went to the 4-day work week, I'd have Mondays off. Trent would have Wednesdays off. You would have Fridays off.
Yeah, I guess we'd make a go of it. I don't know. I just always thought that from a scheduling standpoint, you either scheduled folks Monday through Thursday or Tuesday through Friday. But so Wednesday's picking up steam, huh? Listen, can we just get the 4-day work week? Of course, I don't know if you're doing a radio show, how that's going to work.
Well, you could ask Mike Greenberg.
Well, he doesn't do a 4-day work week. He just goes weeks at a time without working.
What's better?
B. And of course, because of where the show is headquartered out of, we have a lot of listeners in Southwest Florida of people just saying, I'm retired every day is Saturday or Sunday. Thank you for that. And quite a few folks texting in that Mount Rushmore. We went Leitner, we went Alcindor, we went Walton, and asked who the 4th is. There are plenty of people, not only in the Twitch chat room, but on the text line 21,000 saying, Pistol Pete?
You mean the all-time leading scorer?
Right.
So with Bill Walton's passing, it brought up the conversation of, was he the greatest college player of all time? You could argue, yes, Leitner had the perfect region final performance against Kentucky, 10 of 10 from the field, 10 of 10 from the line, 31 points because one of his made buckets was a 3. But Walton in an NCAA championship game was 21 of 22 from the field. NCAA title game. Yeah.
I mean, that's all things considered. That's pretty good.
And the dunk was outlawed at the time. There was a few years there where the dunk was outlawed. Okay, so he had to get it above the rim and just lay it in.
Do you imagine if that were still the rule?
Well, think about it. No freshman could play, and you couldn't dunk. And they were trying to grow the sport.
Right.
And for a while there, you only made the tournament if you won your conference. There were no at-larges. We had a small field. Why? Well, we only had so many conferences. I think 74 was the last year when NC State and Maryland were the top two teams in the country. They played in the ACC title game. NC State won. They went to the tournament. Maryland stayed home. Although I'm guessing Maryland went to the NIT, but so that's our nomination, by the way, of the Mount Rushmore. We're going to go Alcindor, Walton, Leitner, Maravich.
Yeah.
I know. And then here it comes, because obviously there's a lot of others to choose from. You're leaving Russell off. You're leaving Jerry West off. Okay, never mind, really. I mean, so Leitner, who hasn't played a college game in 30 years.
Is the youngest on the list.
Right. He's the youngest on the list. Correct.
I think it would be interesting, excuse me, to have a separate list of college-specific, like guys that never went on to do anything in the NBA. Like Leitner would fit that criteria, right?
Go look at his numbers. Leitner had a fine NBA career. He never was a star in the NBA. If you want to say guys who had incredible college careers but were never stars in the NBA, Leitner was never a star.
Like compared to the other three on our list, those guys are all.
Yeah, but I mean, it's not like Leitner was Adam Morrison. You're implying. I mean, Adam Morrison's best days were at Gonzaga, and then got taken second or third overall and was pretty much a bust. Like Jimmer Fredette.
Not at Duke.
Well, yeah, but he was the third overall pick of a draft. He just wasn't Shaq or Mourning. He also got drafted by the Timberwolves, who were, as Charles would say, terrible.
Okay, well, Leitner for his career, for what it's worth, just because I'm curious now, 13 points per game, 6.5 rebounds.
For how long, though?
He was an all-star once, and he played from 92 to 05, so he had a 12-year career.
Yeah, I mean, that's not a cup of coffee.
Right.
That's a career. No. That's a career. You're getting good NBA pension when you play 12 years in the league.
Sure. I guess my point is just compared to the other three guys on that list.
Oh, no doubt.
Oh, absolutely.
Yes.
But I think what David said, when you talk about Morrison, and who's the other guy you said, Jimmer
Fredette.
Right.
Yeah. Who basically, couldn't play at the next level. Leitner could play. He just wasn't, a star.
Yeah, he was an all-star once. So I hear what you're saying. I'm just thinking of, his best days were at Duke, no doubt.
No doubt.
But Walton's best days were at UCLA, even though he was an NBA MVP, won a title, and won a couple of titles. But his best days were at UCLA.
True.
Because of injury.
Irish football is pointing out that if you took Leitner's last 4 years in the league when he was kind of hanging around, all right, and take a look at his numbers, they're like his first 9 years in the league, he was more of a 16+ point a game guy, closer to 9 rebounds, ends up with like 13 and 7. But, first 9 years of his career, I mean, solid player. But yes, not a star, not what he was in college.
Well, quickly, here's another thing that I find just kind of interesting. Pete Maravich's best days, you could argue, were at LSU.
Of course.
He never made the playoffs in the NBA, right?
No.
And that's bizarre.
Played on bad teams, and then by the time he went to the Celtics at the very end of his career, he was shot. He didn't have anything left.
And if he would have hung on one more season, he would have been a champion. Because he was on the 1980 Celtics.
Right. Yep. Bird's rookie year. Yep. Hung around for year 2. Would have gotten the ring. But
that just blows my mind. The fact that he never made the playoffs, and that's not an indictment on him. It's just Pete Maravich is a legendary name. He never made the playoffs. That's crazy.
although I thought the '80s Celtics made the playoffs. Okay, but
Well,
I don't know.
Did he last the whole season though?
I don't know that he did. No, like I don't think he played for them in the playoffs because I thought Bird led a huge turnaround. They went from like 28 wins to 60 in Bird's first year. They lost to the Sixers, but I thought they lost to him in the conference final. I was 14. My memory could be a little off.
Well, okay, by the way, I stand corrected. They made the playoffs in Atlanta. He just never won a playoff series. So he never advanced in the playoffs. My bad.
Bad teams.
Yeah.
Yes.
But he's on the college Mount Rushmore.
Well, we've nominated him for ours and after hearing of the passing of Bill Walton yesterday at the age of 71. And we think it's tough to put a college basketball Mount Rushmore together without the big redhead on it. That his college numbers were amazing. Played 3 years, was the 3-time player of the year. Tough to do better than that. One of only 7 to be Naismith Award winner and league MVP. I don't know who the other 6 were. I got to guess Al Cinder's one of them.
May have to try to dig into that and find out.
Yeah.
I can look it up. What's the criteria again?
Naismith Award winner. And once again, I don't know how far back the Naismith Award goes, but so it's basically College Player of the Year and NBA MVP. The stat I saw said he's one of only 7 to be both. He won MVP the year after he led the Blazers to the title, by the way, 78.
And it is amazing. He stayed relevant, damn near till the end. And most people who watched him had no clue, but didn't see any of his career.
Mm-hmm.
Literally didn't see him play basketball.
No, he retired like 89, 90, something like that. Last time he was healthy, I believe, was early in the 87 season. So think about how long ago that was, right?
And the fact that the Pac-12 played their last conference tournament on Saturday?
Late Saturday night, early Sunday morning, Eastern time. Yeah. I think it was Arizona who beat USC for the baseball title. And there were a few people yesterday who said, well, Bill Walton would not have wanted to live to see UCLA in the Big Ten.
As twisted as my mind was, it was the first thing I thought of. I saw Bill Walton pass, and I'm like, well, I'll be damned.
Well, he was on a college game day, a football game day, in which, and I think he was in Tuscaloosa. I think it was at Alabama. And he said on game day, he goes, does Alabama play road games? You think you guys would maybe come to the Rose Bowl and play? And the crowd, whoa. And he goes, I'm just saying. And obviously they have. Nick Saban's last game was at the Rose Bowl, but also they won a natty at the Rose Bowl. His first natty, I think, was at the Rose Bowl for Alabama.
It wasn't a road game, though.
No, that's true. No,
it wasn't a road game.
No, he wasn't playing UCLA there. That's for sure.
Although I doubt they'd have had much problem with UCLA.
I doubt it. Yeah, at any point in time. Miller and Moulton. David Dwork to talk a little Stanley Cup playoffs in 25 minutes. Thanks for listening. MillerandMoulton.com.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest Florida. Are you looking to tap into the electric vehicle market?
that won Naismith and the MVP?
Hold on. Let him put his headsets on.
Okay.
Or he doesn't look like he's going to.
I'll hang on to it then. It's not that big of a deal. I just want to
hang on to that one for a second. Johnny, you don't miss anything that you missed before. I don't know where you were last week. The Jacksonville station that takes us on video. They don't want to have us on camera for 2 minutes while we're running those ads. So we run that during the same ads that you hear, and then we come back on. It will be like that for the rest of time.
The part where you hear our commercials and we're not talking anyways, that's the only part that we put that graphic up for.
And Trent did not die. He is just leaving.
I just learned of Trent's passing. That's funny. So this kid at Birmingham Southern, you know his dad?
Very well.
That's the connection?
Used to work in this building.
Nice.
My son and Jakob are still friends. I mean, they've been I've known this kid since he was 5-6 years old, maybe even longer. That's correct, Logic Man. All right, what's that list now, Trent? He's back.
Okay, David. Naismith winners who also won the NBA MVP. Bill Walton, Kareem, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, David Robinson, Kevin Durant.
There's supposed to be 7. You named 6.
Hold on.
Correct. Let me go look.
Lou, hold on. Walton. So you're saying Bird, MJ,
KD, and David Robinson.
But that's only 6.
Oh, Tim Duncan.
Pretty good list.
Mm-hmm.
So the only person to do it this century is KD.
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Well, think about it, guys.
MVP team in the early.
A lot of the guys don't even go to college anymore. They only go for a year.
Right.
And KD only went for a year.
Didn't Zion win it too? Not saying he's going to win an MVP, but didn't he win Naismith?
Here we go.
Here we go.
You're listening to Miller and Moulton. exclusively on the Florida Sports Network.
21 minutes past the hour. David Dwork will join us coming up in a little more than 15 minutes time. We did mention a stat in talking about the passing of Bill Walton, that he's one of 7 men's players to have won the Naismith Award as the College Player of the Year, and then also win the NBA MVP award. Walton joins Alcindor / Kareem, Larry Bird, Michael Jordan, Tim Duncan, David Robinson, Kevin Durant. So it's only been done once in the last quarter century. And I think KD was a one-and-doner in college. He didn't play 2 years at Texas, didn't he? He just played the one. So pretty impressive. Pull that off.
The last time Texas was any good at basketball. Sorry, I had to,
I understand.
I
I understand. It's a source. I think it was the only time Rick Barnes went to a Final Four. But
all right, I heard something on the way in this morning.
Okay.
And I know he's probably right, because a lot of us are looking at the Celtics and think this is the easiest run to the NBA Finals that we've ever seen, based on the injuries that have happened around. And it's PJ Callismo. He says, basically, if that's your story, you lack basketball IQ. They've been without Porzingis throughout this entire playoff run, a key part of their team, not the key part, but a key part. So don't dismiss the fact that the Celtics are doing this with their deck being a little shorthanded as well. And I was just curious of because I initially was raising my hand, listening in the car going, yep, I have a low basketball IQ. I genuinely do. I don't watch the association the way he and others do. And I have taken a lot for granted with this Celtic team walking to the NBA Finals. Be it Indiana played them tough, but it was a sweep. I still think it's the easiest run to the finals that's ever happened, with no Butler, with no Mitchell for a couple of games.
Jared Allen for Cleveland,
right.
Rim protector. It's a big deal.
There was a run that the Lakers had in the 80s to the finals. And, I don't remember the exact year. Only one of the 3 teams, Mark, in the West that they played had a winning record. They played, and I think the 3 teams were Phoenix, Houston, and the Kansas City Kings. Don't know what year it was in the 80s. I mean, basically, the Lakers went 8 times to the finals in the 80s. The only 2 times they didn't go, Houston beat them. 81 with Moses, 86 with Hakeem and Samson. Otherwise, the Lakers represented the Western Conference in the finals. One of the years, they played a below 500 team, like 39 wins. They played a 500 team. And they played a Phoenix team, I think was the one team above 500 with only 43 wins. If you added up the wins and the losses of the 3 teams that the Lakers beat, and the first round, Mark, wasn't a best of 7. I think it was a best of 5. Don't quote me. Could have still been best of 3 was the very early 80s. I thought this was closer to mid 80s where it was a best of 5 first round. Say the 80. I'm thinking the 83 or the 84 Lakers. But if you added up the one-loss record of the 3 teams that the Lakers beat, it was 500. So,
To that point, do you maybe think that this narrative Mark is talking about that I don't necessarily disagree with, but do you think maybe it's a prisoner of the moment type of deal? Because in 10, 15 years, we'll look back and remember these Celtics teams. They're in the conference finals every single year, right? They've made it, 6 of the last 8 years? So for them to have a championship ring, even if it was a cakewalk to the finals, it feels right, doesn't it? That they would have won a championship at some point, and I don't think we'll be talking about the fact that their run was as easy as it might have seemed.
I do think without a championship this year, that narrative stays.
Oh, I agree. Yeah.
They have to win the final game this year. That'll rectify everything. They're going to have to beat Dallas, and I know it's not done yet, but it's done. They're going to have to beat Dallas.
And obviously Dallas a pretty good team. Now I know they're technically a 5 seed, but weren't they a 50-plus win 5 seed? I mean, the West clearly stronger than the East this year. But there's no doubt the Celtics, and yes, they've been without Porzingis. But you could argue they have 3 other All-Stars, even without Porzingis. Because Jrue Holiday is a borderline All-Star player.
And yes, David, for the record, the Mavericks won 50 games this season.
Okay. And obviously, they've got a first-team All-NBA in Luka. And, Kyrie's going to garner serious Hall of Fame consideration, whether you think he should or not. He's going to.
Yeah, he'll make it.
And, David, your Lakers team that you're talking about is the 83-84. And I'm just basing that off of Kansas City King playoff records.
Okay.
They were swept by the Lakers that year and didn't make the playoffs the next year, or the 2 years prior.
Gotcha. Cotton Fitzsimmons and the Kansas City Kings. I think that's who the coach was. So, and that was the 84 Lakers who then, lost in the finals in the epic 7-game series with the Celtics when Magic got blamed for it.
Tragic Johnson?
Yep, Tragic Johnson, headlines in the LA Times. Yeah. Mm-hmm. But now there have been runs, though, that teams have had. Like, Mark, you and Trent, you may know also because you root for them. But weren't the Lakers, when they played the Pistons in the 89 finals, weren't the Lakers 11-0?
Yes. And then Magic got hurt in game 2, I think.
Right.
They were already without Byron Scott.
But the Lakers went through the West that year, and I have no idea who the opponents were and how, quote, easy it was. But I'm pretty sure the Lakers were undefeated going to the final that year.
Yes, they were, because then the Pistons had just gone through the Celtics and MJ's Bulls. So there was the dichotomy there of the cakewalk versus the murderer's row, if you will.
We'll see how that plays out in the finals this year.
But there's no doubt the Celtics, things have gone their way so far.
David, what have you and I been saying? We've been doing this for damn near 20 years. We've been saying this over and over. In order to win a championship in any sport, you need a little bit of what?
Yeah, you need luck. You do.
A break. You need something to go your way.
People hate when we use the L word. Oh, they hate it. Because they think that we're like implying it's a fluke.
No, it's nothing. Nothing could be further from the point. But you need to have things go your way. That's the difference between a championship season and a really good season. I mean, look at the Chiefs last year.
In football more than anything.
Well, no, I think a little bit of everything. But yeah, but look at the Chiefs last year. Fatutsin through the regular season. That was for you, David.
Thank you very much. And my mom is watching right now. She loves that.
And all of a sudden they get in and we don't think much is going to happen. They've got to go on the road for the first time. But you need a break. You need some good fortune. Dare I say a little luck.
And maybe their break was Zay Flowers fumbling on the end zone. Or fumbling on the goal line, I mean. There's just weird things that happen throughout a run sometimes. Ask David, a Giants fan, those famous catches in the Super Bowl.
Oh, no doubt about it. And the one time they beat the Patriots, Gronk was hurt.
Right.
And Gronk's healthy that game. I think the Patriots win. Hell, they play those two teams played 10 times. Patriots would have won those games at least 7. But, yeah. It's your time. It's your day. Hey, Mark, come on. My hockey team right now. You know me. I'm not one to believe that, it's your year and what have you. I don't believe in that. I don't know with what's going on.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry
So Steve in Florida took to X to say I owned a construction company. 4-day work weeks were standard in the summer. Less lost time, one less morning startup, one less end of the day shutdown, one less before and after lunch lost time, 2 less before and after break time lost time. It all added up. Okay. He said, I think we had a much more productive week than we would have if we did 5.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, it does really matter what the profession is. Because that makes sense. That totally makes sense right there.
Dave Pash just took to Twitter/X. Walton's nickname for me was Cole. He would call himself Solar. He would playfully say, I was living in the past while he was the future.
That's great.
I love how many posts last night were Walton doing his thing, and he would turn around to Pash and go, your name's Dave, right?
Hey, David's calling us, correct?
He is.
Okay. Just got to pay attention.
Because we have, for whatever reason, the calls would not go through.
Oh, yeah. I remember.
For him. It is remarkable for all the winning that the Celtics have done in the last 20 years, especially, that they only have the one title. They've gotten to a lot of conference finals, but only 3 NBA finals?
Yeah, the Pierce, Allen, Garnett, they went to 3 or 2.
3?
They went to 2.
They went to 2. They
Yes.
won and they lost to the Lakers in 7. And then this will be Tatum and Brown's second final. So this will be their 4th final. But they've been to like double the number of conference finals.
And before that, was it 86? 86, right?
Yeah, 86. Yeah, it was a 22-year drought.
Gosh, that's crazy.
Yeah, so they've won 1 title in 35 years.
Wow.
And they've done a lot of winning in that time.
Yeah.
Well, listen, we could go through this. I mean, how many Ohio State football titles in the last 50 years? 2?
All right, I'll be watching the phone, but here we go.
Welcome back to Miller and Moulton, only on the Florida Sports Network.
"22 minutes till the top of the hour. David Dwork will be calling in shortly. He covers the Florida Panthers for a living, for the Hockey News, and for the Le Batard Podcast Network. Are the Panthers facing a must-win tonight? Mark
I
says
think
yes.
they are. I think they are.
So you think they lose tonight, this series is over?
Not necessarily in 5, but I do think that the Panthers are going to be unable to win 3 straight against the Rangers.
Rangers up 2-1, despite Florida dominating Game 3, but losing 5-4 in overtime. And the aforementioned David Dwork joining us now. Hockey News, the Le Batard Podcast Network. Follow him on X at David Dwork, DWORK. David, it's David and Mark. How are you?
Good morning, gentlemen. Good to be doing this again. The Panthers are still alive. Hopefully
Yes, they are. Have you experienced a Panthers game in which they attempted 108 shots and the opponent only attempted 44 and they lost before?
No, that was pretty crazy. Understandably why the Panthers are feeling a bit on the confident side heading into Game 4 tonight, because they've lost the last 2 games, but they were a shot away from winning either of them. And they played really well, as you said, in Game 3 at home, really controlling a lot of the puck possession. Obviously, as you said, a lot of the shots on goal and shot opportunities. And, you run into a great goaltender in Igor Shesterkin. And the Panthers aren't a team that's going to get frustrated or down on themselves, but I'm very, very anxious to see how they come out tonight, just because, as we've seen throughout the postseason, throughout the regular season, really, with this team, they don't dwell and they bounce back quickly. They don't really get into funks. And this would be the ultimate time for them to show up. It would not surprise me at all to see them come out tonight with their best effort of the season.
After a great effort in Game 3, no doubt, David. If I were to play glass half empty, they've done this. They're down 2-1. The Rangers haven't scored a power play goal yet. The Rangers' power play is unbelievable. It has been throughout the regular season. To do what they've done in the postseason for Florida is terrific. But at some point, if the Ranger power play starts going, this could mean big trouble for the Panthers.
Yeah, you would think that's kind of what we talked about going into the series, and really going into the postseason, was how big of a role special teams is going to play for the Panthers. Their penalty kill has done an excellent job, and I'm sure Bill Zito and Paul Maurice are feeling pretty good about that, because I'm sure we've talked about it before, guys, that they went into the off season last summer with the penalty kill as something that they really wanted to address. That's why they brought in Kevin Stenlund. You bring in guys like Dmitry Kulikov. Oliver Ekman-Larsson has helped out on the penalty kill. But it's just overall, the unit has been so much improved. And then, as you said, but whether it's the Ranger series, whether it was the opening round against Tampa last year, the playoffs, Boston absolutely demolished the Panthers in the power play. It was a big reason that they had the success they did before the comeback. So Florida's PK has been huge. Now their power play has also been scoring against the Rangers. So really the special teams has been flipped a little bit on what we expected coming into the series. But as you said, Florida already down 2-1. If they want to turn the series around, they're going to have to continue to have that kind of success on the penalty kill, because if the Rangers power play starts to click, that's going to be big trouble for the Panthers.
Panthers with 3 power play goals in the series. They give up a shorty. The Rangers 0 for 11 so far with the man advantage. David, oftentimes when a team loses 2 in a row in a series, you make a change. But who are you taking out of the lineup after the way they played in Game 3? Do you think that Paul Maurice just throws the same guys back out there?
It wouldn't surprise me at all if he did. I'm thinking maybe we see some changes with the way the forward lines are made up. Wouldn't surprise me if Sam Bennett moved back up to the second line with Carter Verhaeghe and Matthew Tkachuk. And Paul Maurice just kind of went to more traditional lines that we've seen during the season, whether that's putting Antal Lindell, Eetu Luostarinen, and Evan Rodriguez back together, whatever it may be. In terms of actual changes, in terms of personnel, obviously the top 9 is not going to change. You might see something in the bottom and that fourth line, whether it's bringing back in a Kyle Okposo, say for Nick Cousins. I can't see him taking Ryan Lomberg out of the lineup, because since he came back in earlier this series, he's a spark plug. He's been amazing. He's been all over the ice. He's been doing the things that he's known for doing, whether it's hitting, whether it's high energy, but he's not costing the Panthers at all positionally. So it's hard to see him taking Ryan Lomberg out of the lineup. But you do have guys like Okposo, who I mentioned. You have Steven Lorenz. You've got lots of capable bodies that can go into the lineup, and that's a luxury the Panthers have with this depth and health that they're enjoying right now. But it's a curious thing. We're going to find out in a couple hours at the Panthers morning skate if that's going to be something that Paul Maurice is considering. But considering, as you said, the way that they played earlier in the series and just the way that the bottom 6 and that fourth line in particular has been playing, I wouldn't really be terribly surprising to see Maurice roll with the status quo.
They gave up 5 goals. Is that a matter of defensively there were flaws? Was it fluky? When you look at what the Panthers did defensively, what do you think has to be shored up? Because obviously you're not going to win many games when you give up 5.
No, and it's interesting, like speaking to Paul Maurice after the game about giving up 5 goals on a team that's been so well defensively, he wasn't overly concerned that it was anything systemic or anything that needed to be addressed, like with video sessions, that it was more, as you said, more not fluky plays, but, one-off type plays where the Rangers would jump into it. Like, a couple of the goals they scored in the last game were off the rush in which they got quick shots off that Florida couldn't get into their positions to defend. There have been a couple of fluky goals, like the Trocheck goal the other night, coming off of a high stick. And then you had a couple quick overtime goals that you don't really fault Bob too much on. But Paul Maurice isn't overly concerned with the team defense. He's pretty happy with how they've played. They gave up, 2 goals in the first 2 games. So I don't think that they're going to be looking to make that many changes in that regard. They've got a couple of things here and there that they can tweak and, snap themselves back into place, which has really been the story for much of the season when they've kind of fallen off of their path, is the coaching staff will find 1 or 2 little things that they want the players to zone in on, whether it's, skating a certain way, whether it's finding their reads, whether it's flying their routes properly when they exit the zone. There's always things that they can just kind of get the players to hone in on, and they snap back into place. Wouldn't surprise me at all to see that be the case this week.
David Dwork, he writes for the Hockey News, covers the Panthers, and he co-hosts the Hockey Show on the Le Batard Podcast Network. Follow David on X at David Dwork, DWORK. This is a weird, we thought the Panthers had experienced just about everything between last year and this year in the playoffs, but David, this is the first time they're facing adversity while playing well, right? I mean, when they started losing to Vegas, well, they were totally beat up. And by the end of the series, they were outmanned. When they were losing to Boston in the first round last year, like you talked about, well, they were taking a bunch of penalties and they were shorthanded too much. They had to stay out of the box to have a chance in that series. I mean, Paul Maurice privately would probably say, I'd take 4 more performances like we've played in game 2 and game 3 and take my chances, right?
Yeah, 100%. And I think that kind of goes into why the Panthers aren't feeling, maybe the pressure that a lot of teams necessarily would be in a situation where they're in a conference final and they find themselves behind in a series where, as you said, they've been playing so well. But I think that's kind of what the Panthers can hang their hat on, that they have been playing their style of hockey. They went into the building of the President's Trophy winning team and they could have come away with 2 wins. They a post away from that, when you think about the Sasha Barkov play. So yeah, I think it might be a little frustrating, but you're going to, at this point of the year, particularly, and with the Panthers being who they are, you're going to turn that into a positive, 100% of the time. But yeah, I think ultimately, when you're playing the Rangers, especially because they've been just so good this year, the Panthers are going to take that positive and roll with it. And I think, I just keep going back to what we're going to expect tonight. If the Panthers show up in game 4 and they don't look like themselves and the Rangers control play, then that's going to be a big problem. And that's where you can say, oh man, this Panthers team might be in trouble. They haven't been outplayed for a large segment of time yet in this series. The Rangers had some good segments early in game 2, particularly. But overall, I think the Panthers, they've got to feel like that they've been the better team on the whole through the first, whatever it's been, 8 periods almost of this series. Or excuse me, it's 11 periods of the series so far. But again, I think a lot of it, a lot of the tail of the series is going to come tonight. If Florida comes and they play the way that they played throughout the series and the way that you'd expect them to come back, then, Florida will probably win game 4 and it'll be a long series. If that doesn't happen, then, it'll be surprising on us all. And then, we'll be talking about exit interviews before too long. So hopefully for their sake, that doesn't happen.
In your estimation, does the winner of tonight's game win the series?
If the Panthers lose tonight, then they're not going to win the series probably. I mean, you don't want to count them out, but falling behind 3-1, going back up to New York, I mean, obviously it's a similar situation to what happened last year with the Bruins, but it'd be tough. I don't want to say the winner of this game will win the series. I kind of expected the series to go 6 or 7 regardless. I do still think Florida is going to win the series just based off of them having a deeper, better, consistent team. But as we've seen, that will only get you so far, and the Rangers are up 2-1, maybe not being the better team in the series. So I think winning game 4 will go a long way towards Florida winning the series. Obviously, the same is said for the Rangers. But it's hard for me to just say that for sure, only because, A, the teams are so good, and B, we've seen how this Panthers team can come back and not really freak out in bad situations, whether it's being behind 2 goals in the third period as they were in Game 3, or behind 3-1 in a series as they were to Boston a year ago. So either way, it'll be fun. I'm just hoping for a long series. The hockey fan in me, that's what it wants. But we'll see how it plays out.
David, thanks for making time for us. Have a good time tonight. Safe travels, and hopefully we can talk again soon.
All right, David, Mark, always a pleasure, man.
David Dwork. The hockey news and the hockey podcast on the Le Batard Podcast Network. Podcast, by the way, is called The Hockey Show. David Dwork, follow him on X, David DWORK.
He's not ready to call tonight the series. I am.
You think the winner tonight wins the series?
I do.
I do think the Panthers will win tonight. I said before the series started, 2 things that so far are looking as if, I actually know a little bit. First off, I thought this was going to be a 1-1-2-2 series. I said that from the beginning. It wouldn't shock me if this is a 1-1-2-2, 3-3 series either. But I said for sure this was going to be a 1-1-2-2 series. I'll be surprised if the Panthers don't win tonight. I did say, though, if the Rangers are going to win this series, they have to win the overtime games. And that is the only thing, Mark. Okay, Florida, all last year, they won every overtime game. The Florida Panthers, before Game 2 against the Rangers, had won 11 consecutive overtime playoff games. They went through that run last year. Think about it. They won games 5 and 7 in Boston, both in overtime. All right. They won one of the games in Carolina last year. I think it was Game 2 in overtime. They won a game against the Leafs last year in overtime. I mean, they had 4 or 5 overtime wins during their run last year in the playoffs. Then they started this year, first round. The game Tampa had to have. Florida won Game 2 in overtime. And at that moment, we all said, well, Tampa may hang for a while, but this series is over. This had to be 1-1 for it to be a series. And what happened? Rangers won Game 2 in overtime. Bob had won 12 straight overtime games. It's like tied for the longest streak a goalie had ever had. And now they won another one after getting outplayed? So for whatever reason, the Panthers' overtime mojo has gone on hiatus here. And Mark, you and I are old enough, Patrick Waugh and the Canadiens in 93, they won 16 games to win the cup. I think they won 10 overtime games in the playoffs that year. I mean, the Canadiens went to overtime. It was over. Both games, Gretzky and the Kings lost at home that year. They lost in overtime. Game 2, remember they scored the too many men on the ice, the curved stick. They got the power play. They scored at end of regulation. They won in overtime. I think they won games 2, 3, and 4 in the finals in overtime. LA beat the Rangers 10 years ago in the finals in 5. They won 3 overtime games. It didn't look like a series. It was a hell of a series.
And Florida, who outplayed the Rangers heavily in Game 3. One puck thrown to the net, deflected, game over.
Yep. Completely blown defensive assignment by Rodriguez. Don't know what he was doing. You know how it works in hockey. If you're the centerman, you take your man. Either that or either you take the man or you rush to the point. And if you're rushing to the point, then the defenseman in front of the net stays in front of the net. And neither one of those two guys did that. So we'll see. But Mark, what you pointed out at the beginning of that interview, the Rangers' big guns are not scoring.
No.
They're 0 for the power play, and they're winning?
Winning. Come on. You're the biggest Ranger fan that I know.
Right.
If I'd have told you they were up 2-1 in the series and it's 2-1 in the series, the Rangers haven't scored a power play goal. You'd be like, the Rangers won 1?
Exactly. And then you're going to tell me that Mika and Kreider and Panarin don't have a goal? Wait, and they don't have a power play goal? They've actually won one of the first 3 games? You're going to tell me, no, they've won 2? What? Miller and Moulton. All right, the Birmingham Southern baseball story. We're talking to Jakob Zito, their left fielder, next.
Hello, friends and family of Southwest.
Network.
Pace tweeted out, Bill would text me during games I was broadcasting and pretend he didn't know I was doing it, but ask if I was watching. He's got screenshots in there from Walton. Are you watching this masterpiece, UCLA at UW on ESPN? I have no idea who's calling the game, but the guy was stealing your lines.
And then isn't the line he's referring to, I have no clue or something like that? So he's like taking a shot at Dave Pasch. I saw that too. That was awesome.
That's funny.
Adam, I agree. But the Rangers do have the better goalie. If you're Boston, Mark, would you break up your goaltending combo?
Yes.
Swayman and Olmark?
Yes.
Trade Olmark?
Mm-hmm. 100%.
The talk is, if you're Carolina, this is a deal you have to make. That, you're going to have to give up someone of quality here, but you got to stop the charade of thinking you're going to win with the goaltending that you keep taking into the playoffs.
Yeah, they're not going to be able to keep that team together, though.
I understand, but part of not keeping the team together is you could unload, but yeah, I hear you.
Who's the team that was the Satans?
Devils Lake High School in Devils Lake, North Dakota. Apparently they changed it, is what someone in the Twitch chat room said. But when I was there in the mid to late 90s, they were the Satans. I always wondered why they weren't the Devils.
I'm amazed he got up for this. I was very worried that he would think it was 9 a.m. Central.
No, I went through it with him.
Okay, Jacob's ready to rock. All right, here we go.
Do you know him, by the way?
You are listening to Miller and Moulton, exclusively on the Florida Sports Network. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
It is the Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and the 904. Thanks so much for being with us. Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Our poll question, hey, if we're to have a 4-day work week, which day you taking off, Monday or Friday? And apparently a lot of you are like, Wednesday. Well, we didn't offer it up as a solution, as a vote. So that Mark Miller, the David Moulton, vote accordingly on X. Pat Kerwin and Seth Everett will join us on the show tomorrow. Jakob Zito is kind enough to join us on the show right now. He's an outfielder on the Birmingham Southern baseball team that's about to go to the Division III World Series as the school goes out of business. Jakob, it's David and Mark. How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing? Thanks for having me.
Well, we're great. Congratulations, by the way. First, want to get that out of the way. So many questions for you. We got about 12 minutes. When did the school announce that they were going out of business?
Initially, last year, they told us the school was going to go out of business, but our president ended up saving the school and had enough money for another year. They got a new policy written in Alabama saying that private schools could get public funding. But things didn't. The law was written kind of weird, and we didn't end up hearing the news until spring break, so March of this year. And we weren't really expecting it. We were blindsided. Coach called us into a meeting, and it wasn't what we were expecting. But we're here in this situation, and we're thriving in it. So.
Well, you're too young. Maybe you've seen the movie Major League, but this has like the team wanting to move, except for the team's folding. Did you guys galvanize? Did that little speech from Coach saying the school's going out of business? Did it get you guys to work harder? Did you think that baseball was over for you? I mean, what was going through your minds when you were told, "Hey guys, the school's shutting down"?
It was kind of like a big weight off of our shoulders. We've been hearing about it for a couple of years now, and now that we knew what was in front of us, it wasn't really going to affect us as much. Of course, it was going to affect the younger kids and play a role in where they went next year and all that. But I think it just started allowing us to be more free and, just going out there with no, baseball, it's a mental game. And when you're not thinking about anything, it comes a lot easier. And, I think that's what happened to our team. As soon as we got the news, I think we went 18-4, if I'm not mistaken. We were 13-10 at that time in the season where we got the news. So, I think it freed us up. It allowed us to, become a team in some retrospect. But, I honestly think it was better that happened than it didn't.
Well, so at 13-10, I mean, be honest with us. You're not thinking of going to the D3 World Series here at 13-10, are you?
Oh, of course. No way. No, that was we were more focused on a conference championship. That was more attainable at the time.
And so you get through the conference, this run starts, and a little bit of fame comes with it. Now you guys are recognized on ESPN. I think the NBC Nightly News has had a story. How has the team taken the sudden rise of fame?
Initially before it all started, we thought it was gonna distract us, but I kind of think it's fueled us in a sense. We get to talk about our story. We get to talk about, the last couple of weeks. We get to talk about what's coming up next. So, I don't see it as a distraction at any means at all. I think it only fuels us more and keeps us going, and I think that kind of scares some other teams as well. When you're seeing your opponent in D3 baseball on ESPN, you don't see that all the time. So, I think the team likes it. We have a film crew going around with us right now. They're filming a documentary, and we're all over social media. When we first won the Lexington Regional, I remember everybody looking at all the views we were getting on social media like it was a fantasy football lineup. So we liked it. We liked the attention, we want to keep it going.
Jakob Zito, that's Jakob with a K. You can follow him on X at Jakob_Zito, Zito 35. Jakob_Zito 35. All right. So many questions here. This past regional, did you guys get food poisoning? Did you get the flu? Is it true that some of the guys were in the hospital, that you guys were getting IVs during the game?
Yep, all that's true. We ate at our hotel. They made us a meal. They prepared us. I think it was chicken Alfredo and chicken and marinara, and we kind of think it was either the chicken or the Alfredo sauce. It seems like a lot of the guys got sick from that ate the Alfredo. But we got text messages in the middle of the night from our players, 2, 3 a.m. asking if everybody was sick. A couple guys responded. I woke up in the morning to see it, and I thought it was the worst news you could ever hear. It was one of our best pitchers, our conference pitcher of the year. He was down. Our starting third baseman, he was down. Our starting center fielder, he was down. The moms called the ambulance over. They brought us IVs. They went over to the field where we're at, getting IVs, had a big tent for us. Two of them were in the hospital in the ER. One actually just got out yesterday. And the two pitchers that came in after our starter, they were hooked up to the IVs literally minutes before they went in. I was in left field seeing it go down. And, I'm not going to lie, I didn't really think it was going to be all that good of a good outing for them, but it panned out and went our way. We're just a good team. We trust each other and ready for any challenge that comes at us next.
Yeah, ready for any challenge is one thing. Getting hooked up to an IV between the third and fourth inning, that's a resiliency that I don't think many teams have fought through. I would have to think your confidence is now through the roof. All the things you've gone through, this team has to be closer than it's ever been.
Oh, no doubt about it. But can't let the confidence become cocky. That's not what we're about. We're a team that just goes about our business and plays every game together. We don't chirp. We don't do any of that. So we're a good, solid team.
Yes, Birmingham Southern is, and they are in the Division III World Series. Now, do you play Friday or Saturday?
We play Friday at 4:45. We play Salve Regina from Rhode Island.
Have there been any problems because the school is going out of business, like financially? I mean, we're just wondering, like, are you guys dipping into your pockets? Are parents having to dip into their pockets? Have there been any obstacles besides the fact that the school on the front of your jersey is not going to exist in 3 days?
You know, not the last couple of weeks because, you know, the school has existed, but, you know, with the upcoming schedule, you know, the operation hours of Birmingham Southern are 9 a.m. to 4:45, and our first pitch is at 4:45 on the day the school closes. And, you know, the NCAA covers a portion of the expenses, but the school usually covers the rest. And, you know, the parents, they put together a GoFundMe, and, you know, we're grateful enough to raise, you know, a lot of money the last couple of days. And, you know, the more the merrier. I think we're at 90,000 right now. And, you know, so that was one challenge we were facing, you know, guys in the clubhouse, we were discussing like how we going to get there. Like the school doesn't have any money, like they're going to be closed. They're not going to exist, you know, but, we've been very fortunate enough to, raise some money on the GoFundMe.
Playing D3 ball, you don't get a lot of exposure from a standpoint of cameras around. It sounds like this documentary and the cameras being in your face hasn't really affected you guys that much, or has it?
I don't think so. You know, again, we like to be able to talk about our situation and what's going on. And, you know, our coach is a kind of guy that likes to, you know, sit in the corner and not be exposed. But, you know, he thinks it helps us. We think it helps us. We talk our mind, we talk about our situation, and, you know, excited for what's to come next with it, honestly.
So what's it like? You know, your dad's been the famous member of the family. He's had a radio show for your whole life. He's been famous in Southwest Florida, now in Tampa as well. What's it like out famousing your dad finally?
Man, it's nice for a change, honestly. You know, I'm used to walking into to grocery stores and people waving at him, and you know, that's starting to happen to me now. You know, he's starting to give me a little bit more exposure on social media as well. So it's really cool. It's really cool. I know he enjoys it as well.
There is no doubt he has been a proud dad through this whole run, and I'm sure immensely so right now as you guys are making your run. Jakob, best of luck in the College World Series. Thanks for giving us a little time. This has been a hell of a run to watch from afar.
Of course. Thank you guys so much for having me again.
Jakob Zito, the starting left fielder for the Birmingham Southern Panthers, and they are through to the Division III College World Series. And the school's going out of business Friday. Telling you, the only other thing Dave Craig, the quarterback, long time, you know, Seahawk and then a few other places, as he got to the NFL, Moulton College, where he went to school, went out of business. And so he was representing a school, if you will, that was no longer afloat. Off the top of my head, so it's all I got.
No, I mean, I've worked for teams that were moving.
Right.
You know, I was in Nashville when we found out the team was moving to Pensacola, and then they proceeded to basically fire the entire front office and wanted us to work out the last 2 weeks, of which I found, imagine this, I found that laughable, David. And they were having us pack up the office. I would go to work every day because I had to get a paycheck, go into my office, lock the door, and make phone calls to try to get my next job. Right. And the boss would say, you need to do this. And I would start laughing at him. I'm going, I'm not touching a box. I'm not touching a damn thing.
Pay for movers, buddy.
Exactly.
But so officially, I love the fact their start time Friday is 4:45. And Jakob knows that literally the message is the university ceases to exist at 4:45 Central Time on Friday.
You can't make that up.
No. This is a movie. This is a documentary. Can't wait to see this thing get done.
Awesome. So we're rooting, obviously, for the Panthers.
The Birmingham Southern Panthers playing D3 College World Series kicking off this weekend. What a story. Jakob Zito joined us here on Miller and Moulton.
IVs. They got food poisoning. School's going out of business. They got food poisoning. They're on IVs.
And they'll never eat chicken Alfredo again. Mark Miller for Molly Maid. Why Molly Maid, you ask? Trust. Moulton was a customer for 15 years. Affordability. Didn't I just say Moulton was a customer for 15 years? Worry-free services. Our professional house cleaners are fully insured.
What food is David coming back with? Oh, nothing.
Nothing. Looks like he's packing.
Okay, David, not including your Giants winning, what's your favorite Super Bowl of all time? It could be for fan reasons or just it was a great game.
We've had a lot of tremendous Super Bowls here lately.
Over the last 30 years, yeah.
Well, I'm biased, obviously. The one Super Bowl I got to work.
Which was?
The first Chiefs-Niners Super Bowl.
Right before COVID.
Miami, yeah. I got to admit that, Mark and I we were in Tampa leading up to the Steelers-Cardinals Super Bowl. Man, I found that game remarkable. I was rooting for Edge and the Cardinals to get the win. Ben throws that pass into triple coverage just for the game winner. Golly.
So speaking of the Steelers and the Chiefs, they play on Christmas,
Right. You've got tickets.
And come to find out, apparently not only is my daughter a Swiftie, but my niece is also a Swiftie. And through my mother-in-law, there's already been word out that they want the Christmas Day tickets because of the chance that Taylor's in the building.
So now you can't make money on it.
And my wife says to me, she goes, do you think that would be a tough sell or a good sell? I go, Mahomes? I think it would have been a really good sell. But the funny part is now, and I've told her because we pulled the tickets because mother-in-law said something. Now, I don't know. I'm waiting to see when brother-in-law asks for them. If it's now or if it's November.
Sorry, buddy.
The Steelers have some great games at home.
Their schedule's redonkulous.
I think it's like the best one in the league.
It's the hardest, but it's a great schedule. If they can just maintain 500. E, you're so funny.
Well, let's get this straight. If Mark was getting paid what I get paid, it wouldn't be double what he's getting paid right now.
No, it wouldn't.
So there's that.
Oh, yeah. Trent goes back to a normal life when this is done. No more getting up at 5 in the morning. What time did you wake up?
5:10.
5:10 to get here.
5:10.
Holy cow.
Yep.
Been up for almost an hour.
By the way, Birmingham Southern, the 7 seed.
Yeah, I saw that. They're the 7.
Right.
Is it? I should have asked. Is it double elimination?
It is. I looked it up. Yeah.
Well, East Carolina got a region.
And very controversial. People not happy about it at all. 23 RPI, but their guy was on the politics in the college baseball. Florida had a guy on the committee. Florida gets in. There are 2 teams that should have got in before Florida. East Carolina getting a region.
Here we go.
No way. Over Mississippi State.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
21 minutes past the hour, the Diamond District bonus hour here on Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin, at the very least, to join us on the show tomorrow. Our poll question today, since we only have a 4-day work week. Hey, if you could have a 4-day work week, which day would you take off? Stupid us. We just put up Monday and Friday. Apparently, we got a whole bunch of people that are like, I'd take Wednesday. One of them was Trent.
Wednesday.
Right. One of them was Trent. We're not listening to Trent anymore because he's leaving us on Friday. Okay. He had input up until like a week or so ago on the show. Now, we make sure his key works to get in the building. Otherwise, he has no say anymore. That's it. You're done. Okay. You're on your way out. Upkiss. Don't listen to you at all. Bark a few orders out at you. That's it. All right. Although I'll see him his last 2 shows with us.
I know. The whole band's back together for the last couple of days.
Yeah. I'm headed to Southwest Florida for some scans. And I will admit, I did something I haven't done in a long time. I'm going to go to Game 6. Panthers Rangers.
Did you buy the tickets on the secondary market?
Yes.
Okay. I didn't know if you knew somebody. Someone got your hands on tickets, David.
I know
a lot of people.
I do, and none of them have been able to come up with tickets. And so I just said, you know what? The heck with it. The heck with it.
I want to ask you this because I think I know the answer, but I'm interested. So if you had to have it, either the Rangers could win Game 6 to win the series, or stave off elimination and force a Game 7, what do you think would be the better atmosphere for you to go to that game as a Rangers fan on the road?
Oh, stave off elimination.
There's
nothing like the quiet barn. Absolutely.
Well, and this has not been quiet when the Rangers have won. There have been a good amount of Ranger fans at these games.
It would be like I went to a Giants-Dolphins game a long time ago, And at the time, the two teams they each had the best record in their conference when they played. They were the respective 1 seeds. This was the 93 season when they played. And there were 30,000 Giants fans there. And the Giants won. And yeah, we were chanting like we were at the Meadowlands in Jersey, heading into the parking lot. It was an incredible feeling. And yes. But listen, deep down, I don't think they're the better team. It doesn't mean they're not going to win. This is hockey. There's a goalie involved. The bounces of the pucks. Okay, this is hockey. Strange things happen. Mark, how many times has the President's Trophy winner, the so-called best team in the regular season, won the Stanley Cup in the last 30 years?
What is it, like
5?
A handful?
Yeah. I mean, it hasn't been done in 10 years since the Blackhawks, one of their titles, they were the President's Cup, winner. I mean, the quote-unquote best team doesn't always win. In fact, usually doesn't. In fact, I believe the Rangers were the first President's Trophy winner to make the conference final since that Blackhawks team won the cup.
100% correct. You beat me to it. They've been getting bounced in the first 2 rounds for 10 years.
Right. So Trent, I just, it would stun me, quite frankly, because they got outplayed for large parts of the Carolina series and won it. And they're getting outplayed now, and they're winning.
And David, it's tougher for you and I to be fans of a team doing what we do. Mm-hmm. My fandom hasn't left me, and I realized that when the Wings were trying to make the playoffs that I all of a sudden fist pumped, and I looked down at my right arm and said, what are you doing? But will it be easy for you to turn the fan back on, if you know, when you walk in the door?
Oh, Mark.
Because you don't get to be you're at games every week. You're at 2 games every week for the most part, where not only can't you be a fan, you would lose your job if you tried to be a fan.
Oh, Mark. Oh, yeah. I will not be obnoxious. Okay.
I should hope not. You're nearly 60.
Right. But we are bringing the fandom. We will be chanting. Oh, yes, we will be chanting while walking into the building from the parking lot.
Can you please wear the jersey? Can you please?
I am not wearing the jersey.
Why?
Because I'm 58 years old.
If we started a GoFundMe page for you to wear the jersey, how much money would we have to get in the GoFundMe page for you to wear the jersey?
About the same amount of money the Birmingham Southern team has in theirs. Especially since and I don't know if mine's worse, because the only jersey I have, my mother got for me many years ago, and it has my last name on the back.
Yes,
I actually think that's more obnoxious.
Oh, I think it's so much better.
I think that vaults over the Ohio State University. I really do. I think it is like as obnoxious as you can get as a fan.
Let me ask you a question about the jersey and the name in particular. Because I'm just guessing here. I don't know if Mom went to, an NHL.com or an NHL shop. Is the font of your last name on the jersey very different than what the Ranger jersey looks like?
It's huge. It's huge. I can get it for you. I have it in the closet. I mean,
so it's not the same. I'm not looking at the same Ranger. When I look at you, it's the same Ranger jersey, but the Moulton is bigger than a normal.
It's the size of Rhode Island. Okay.
Oh.
Here, if you're watching on Twitch,
I want to
for
see.
10 seconds.
I really want to see him wear this jersey.
I'm curious to see what
I don't know.
Is.
I would donate to the GoFundMe page, and I didn't think I would before, to get David to wear said Rangers jersey, because, and it's the Ranger white, which is it's a great uni. There's no.
Oh, and it's David. That
color,
is a great jersey.
When did they ever have red on the back of their jersey? Aren't the names in blue? He's
getting the headset back
David,
on.
correct me if I'm wrong here, but isn't the normal font in blue for the names, not red?
Yes, I agree. I don't know why it's in red. I mean, it's nearly 40 years old because the number on it's 34, and that was a John Van Beesbrook special, and that's mid-'80s. right there before Van Beesbrook, ironically, was the first goalie for the Florida Panthers. The Rangers kept Richter and sent Van Beesbrook to the Panthers in the expansion draft.
Who's your favorite New York Ranger of all time?
Mark Messier delivered the cup.
Okay, I didn't
we've
know.
We've won one since World War II. Okay. Just so you know, one. So, no, listen, Mark said one time, he said, I think I can get Messier on the show. And I looked right at him and I said, you do know you're going to have to do the whole interview yourself. And he looked at me, he said, oh, come on. And I go, Mark, I don't think I'll be able to speak. I said, I would probably have tears rolling down my face if I ever met Mark Messier.
It's the one interview I want more than any other before this show comes to its fiery halt.
Hey, well, that makes great sense. I just didn't know. I figured I would ask because sometimes your favorite isn't necessarily the best.
Oh, no. And I was a goalie when I played hockey. So, I was taking to John Davidson and then, Van Beesbrook and Richter. And that's the other thing where the Rangers have had 40 years of excellent goaltending and still can't win the damn thing. I mean, most teams can't get goalies like the Rangers have had. Honestly, the Rangers, you go all the way back even to Eddie Jakob. The Rangers have had like 4 Hall of Fame goalies in 50 years and can't win.
Well, I just find it interesting. That's all. As fans, I like to ask these questions because Mark is in the glory days, Isaiah was Isaiah. Mark's not a big Isaiah guy for the Pistons.
No, never was, never will be. Give me some Joe Dumars any day.
Until he took Darko.
Okay. Well, the player, not the executive.
Right. Well, he's doing fine till Darko put a nice team together. Went to
He did. And he put right.
6 straight conference finals. I mean, it's not like he was a bum. But boy, Bosch or D Wade or Mello would have helped a lot. Instead, you got Darko.
Visit Jason and Todd at the Diamond District.
Todd, have you noticed every jewelry store in town sounds like a broken record?
I do. We're all saying and claiming the same thing. Largest selection, lowest prices, non-commissioned sales team. It's the same tune over and over.
Exactly. It's just noise.
Jason and I aren't all talk. We walk the walk, brokering diamonds directly, giving you the best value on GIA certified diamonds.
That's right. We're not just selling jewelry. We're living and breathing it. It's our passion, and we're for real, not hired voices on the radio reading scripts.
Come explore our collection of GIA certified diamonds and diamond jewelry with our curated assortment of rare and exotic gemstones. Also, we're excited about our previously enjoyed Rolex timepieces, as well as our large estate jewelry collection.
Skip the noise and come feel the difference with your go-to guys for diamonds. Todd and I look forward to shaking your hand and welcoming you to our Diamond District family.
At the Diamond District.
The law firm of Michael F. Hornung specializes in criminal defense, DUI, personal injury, nursing home claims, and auto accidents. I'm a former prosecutor with over 34 years of experience. The information I know is information you need to know. If you've been arrested for a DUI, time is of the essence to maintain your driving privileges. Call the law firm of Michael F. Hornung for a free consultation. At the law firm of Michael F. Hornung, we are committed to excellence in your representation. Being a local attorney with local knowledge is clutch to the success of your case. For over 30 years, we have successfully represented the citizens of Southwest Florida. For a free consultation, call 239-437-0095. That's 239-437-0095. Our offices are conveniently located in Fort Myers. Visit online at mfh-law.com.
You are listening to Miller and Moulton on the Florida Sports Network.
Missed that break too. I had a pretty good show today. I was 10 of 12.
That's a lot to remember. 10 of 12 is solid.
Son of a. Well, I'm 9 of 11, so it's not. There's one break left.
You're shooting 80.
It's impossible to get that one wrong, right?
No, I'm still supposed to put it up because we run the breaks.
Right. That's right.
Remember, don't do anything after the show today.
Okay.
You're training me.
Yes.
That's actually my big concern. And I'm really not trying to be a jerk here. You know, one of the luxuries that we had, Trent, you were able to come in and get trained by Felipe. Okay. Mark, would you be able to train someone?
It's a great question. I think so.
If you get someone by July, I'll be here, you know. I can help. I can take videos.
I don't think we're going to get anybody until the fall.
Whatever you guys need.
I don't think there's right now with everything that's going on. I don't see what the point is. Unless it's somebody local. No more Bally's. Miles, you guys are out. We only hire one from the family. He's leaving us high and dry. I'm done with all of you.
He's on his way back to Michigan right now. He's all fired up.
Have you all been summoned? I mean, what's going on? Why is everybody heading back to Michigan?
Mom's birthday, June 1st.
Really? That's my mom's.
Yeah, June 1st.
Wow.
It's her 50th.
Ah, my mom's 80th. My mom's going to Michigan for her birthday. She's leaving town Friday.
Trent, you driving?
No.
So you don't have a car here?
I fly out Friday, actually. And then
You don't have a car here?
I do.
When he comes back in July, he's going to take it.
Gotcha.
Or June 13th, 14th, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know, I was thinking about this. Mark, do you want to do a best of on Friday the 21st?
Yes.
Okay. So then, Trent, you wouldn't have to come back.
Yeah, we already.
Right.
Yeah, Trent and I already kind of.
Okay. So then it's basically be 13th and 14th and then first week of July.
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I think that Jakob Zito one could probably be a best of.
Yeah, probably could.
Because that's a fun story no matter what.
I listened to parts of our show in Jacksonville yesterday.
Oh, on the app?
Yeah.
How's
Just to
it
make sure
look?
yeah, it looks good. I tuned in because I wanted to make sure the graphic looked nice and everything. And it was solid.
How was the audio? Everything sound okay?
Yeah, normal.
I would reach out to Mark, baby Jules.
Okay, here we go.
Welcome to the bonus hour, brought to you by Jason and Todd at the Diamond District. And now, here's Mark Miller and David Moulton.
22 minutes till the top of the hour, 16 until we're done talking. The Diamond District bonus hour in the 239 and 904 of Miller and Moulton, millerandmoulton.com, Miller_Moulton on X. Make sure you vote our poll question. we got a 4-day work week this week. We did a best of show yesterday on Memorial Day. So we were just thinking, hey, if you had a 4-day work week, which would be the day you take off, Monday or Friday? And apparently a lot of you want to take Wednesday off, which caught us by surprise. We didn't even offer it up.
No split work week, although it would have to be. I mean, everybody would get different days. If you're going to keep your company open Monday through Friday, you probably have a lot of that.
So we had a construction contractor say, when he ran his business, that especially during the summer, the 4-day work week worked better. He felt like he had a much more productive week with the guys on a 4-day week than a 5-day week.
Except for the person whose job you're doing. It's like, why are you not here on Friday? The landscapers in my neighborhood were all working yesterday. Like, well, you guys didn't even get Memorial Day off.
That's a bummer.
Well, especially when you want to sit by the pool. It's a lot of edging, a lot of weed whipping going on.
Does stuff blow into your lanai?
No.
Nothing gets past the screen.
Screen does a pretty good job.
That's good.
Were you yelling at anybody going, hey, it's a holiday, keep it down out there?
No, I offered them water.
I was going to say, I'd take that weed whacker. I'd be tearing up your backyard.
I wave, I say hello, and I offered them when they were doing the front, if you guys need a water, and they said no.
I'm stuck working Memorial Day. You're telling me to keep it down?
My wife was annoyed by it. It didn't bother me in the least bit.
Wow, and she's the nice person in the family, too.
Yeah, she was reading by the pool. She likes her quiet time.
Oh, sure. Yeah, wanted to get away from you and wanted quiet.
Exactly. I walked out to join her for a little bit, and she just picked the book back up, and I guess I'm not needed here.
I normally spend Mondays without you. I'm doing the same now.
It's time for someone to take back this segment, if for no other reason than to stop David from talking about Meghan and Harry. Here's Mark Miller with Today Was the Day When.
The first indoor swimming pool opens today in 1742.
Florida?
London.
What? Well, I come to the weather's bad. Yeah,
exactly.
No, probably Florida would be the last place that they built it. Come to think of it, so all right, gotcha.
Today in 1830, a sad day in our nation's history. President Jackson signs the Indian Removal Act, which led to the Trail of Tears. 1928, Chrysler and Dodge merge. 57, the baseball owners allow the Dodgers and Giants to move.
By the way, that doesn't get talked about enough in terms of how that changed all sports in this country. I mean, think about it. There were no, in any of the other sports, there weren't any franchises west of St. Louis either. I mean, it's something that we don't talk about enough, quite frankly. How big that turned out to be.
1968, the American League announces it's splitting into two divisions.
68 was the last year that when you won the pennant, you went straight to the World Series. 69 was the first year of the league championship series, started as a best of 5 in both leagues.
Today was the first break-in of Watergate in 72. The plumbers, as they say.
That's so funny. The fact they even thought they had to break in. Like Nixon was losing to McGovern. Seriously? I mean, honestly. And couldn't that be your plan in the break-in? Doesn't somebody in the room go, what do we need to break in for? Seriously? We already got Muskie out of the race. We're not losing to McGovern.
The Police play their first gig today in 1977. That was more for Miller and Moulton than anybody else. Today in 95, David, we were no longer the 813 down here. We became the 941.
Oh.
And today in 2006, Bonds passes Ruth on the all-time home run list with his 715th. Jim Thorpe and Ian Fleming from James Bond novels, both born today. Jerry West is 86. Hockey coach Terry Crisp is 81. Gladys Knight is 80. John Fogerty is 79, and Kirk Gibson is 67. What did I miss, David?
Well, first off, you can't go Gladys Knight and not talk about the Pips. I mean, come
Well,
on,
they
David.
didn't. It's not their birthday.
Well, it's not the Pips' birthday.
Oh, well, can't we just get an update? I mean, something. How old are the Pips? Anything? No.
How many of the Pips are still alive? I mean,
I don't know. Did you do today in 37? Volkswagen was founded today in 37?
I did
you have
not.
that? I just thought. Always wanted a Beetle.
I did too.
Ah. And I would have bought, that when they started remaking it again, but man, they were expensive.
They were expensive, and by that point, they became a chick car. No guys driving a Beetle.
I don't know, man. I was always intrigued by the whole, trunk in the front there. I mean,
No, but the old school Beetle, anybody could drive, but the new one looked like a car that a school teacher should be driving, female school teacher.
It's a chick car.
It is.
Sure. This is also for Miller and Moulton. Today in 83, the theme to Flashdance reached number 1. Irene Cara.
There you go. Very good, Trent.
Yep.
I heard that yesterday. Came on the radio.
And 26 years ago today, Phil Hartman killed by his wife. So you stay away from all the bad stuff. You leave that for me.
I do.
You do. No. All the mass murders. Okay, what have you?
I don't like the publicist. I don't think it's. I just.
But it's just one of those things. A lot of us, he was a big deal at the time.
He was a huge deal.
So I'm working in Fargo, and his wife was from a town in Minnesota in our viewing area. That was awkward. Because of course, what are you doing as a local news? You're getting in the car, you're driving out to small town Minnesota, and what are you trying to find? People that knew her. Right. And of course, why are we there? Okay. Not because they're celebrating their anniversary. Okay. And they were spotted walking down a runway together, and he just did an interview which talked about how she has turned his life around. No, we're there because she executed him. Right.
Right.
And boy, were the natives happy to see us.
I can imagine they would be a little off put by that.
Yep.
You've heard folks elsewhere mock Florida is gonna Florida. Well, Mark Miller sees it differently. He calls it the good, the bad, and the ugly. What you got, Mark?
We go to Boston for the good. Yeah, I know. Actually, we go to Boston. Every year, there is an award ceremony that gives one of 6 kids a $10,000 scholarship. 6 students enter, 1 student wins. But this year was different. Thanks to an anonymous benefactor, he donated an additional $50,000 so that each of the finalists go home with their own $10,000 scholarship. For the bad, we go to Missouri, where authorities in Missouri are searching for a small alligator that escaped from a petting zoo exhibit, springing many questions as to why an alligator would be in a petting zoo among the top of them. But the alligator was only a 14-inch alligator. It was seen lastly Thursday at 11 a.m. Now it's roaming Kansas City. Finally, the ugly, which could have been tragic thanks to some parents saving a lot of lives. We go to Sebring, Florida, where kids are on a graduation trip.
Okay.
Heading to Daytona Lagoon, an amusement park. Bus runs the first red light. Then drove through the second red light.
It's a
at
problem.
which the 30 students and 6 adult chaperones start freaking out. The bus driver would not pull over. Fortunately, some of the other parents who would watch the bus take off decided they were going to use their cars to try to slow the bus down. And as the bus went through a roundabout, the cars pulled in front of the roundabout so he could not get any further, and the bus stopped. The bus driver was hammered. The 55-year-old was charged with DUI and a litany of other charges because he had 36 passengers in the bus. And thanks to some quick-thinking parents, they saved the day. And that is the good, the bad, and the ugly on today, May the 28th, 2024.
Whew.
Right.
Thankfully, that worked out. Panthers are pretty big favorites tonight. Like minus 175 on the money line. Over-under is 5.5. I'd go over for what it's worth, even though both teams might overreact to the 5-4 game and really tighten things up. But I don't know. I just think the Panthers minus 175 tonight. You can get the Rangers in plus 150. I don't know if you've been able to get the Rangers in plus 150 all year, to be brutally honest.
Do you guys think tonight is high scoring?
David does.
For the Panthers, I do.
I have trouble seeing a lot of goals in this. I was stunned to see 9 goals in game 3.
David, if Reinhart and Trocheck each score a goal, it's plus 650 on Hard Rock. I'm just saying. That's your sprinkle. Put $2 on it and win 12.
You could argue, and I know Goodrow scored a bunch of goals, but I could argue that Trocheck has been the best forward for the Rangers. Trocheck, Lafreniere, and Goodrow have been the only 3 forwards who have really shown up. So that is the danger for the Panthers. The Rangers' power play is 0 for 11. Figured they're too good, although they ended the Carolina series unable to score also on the power play until, of course, Kreider in that third period that'll be remembered for a while in New York Rangers lore. So anyway, that's the one hockey game tonight. Are you surprised, Mark, that T-Wolves are only a 1.5 point underdog tonight?
No. I mean, I thought maybe a couple more, maybe up to 3, but the series has been incredibly competitive. I don't think people think the T-Wolves are going out in a sweep, so I think that's part of the reason behind the number.
Okay. Over under, by the way, 210.5. So basically, Vegas is saying you're looking at like 106 to 104.5. 106, 105. That's basically what Vegas is saying, the kind of game you're betting one way or the other.
Well, let's see if the T-Wolves defense can step up.
Right. Somebody, I think it was Stan Van Gundy, who said they threw 8 different defensive looks at Luka. 8. And he rattled off how they tried to defend him in that game. Just got to tip your hat. I mean, Trent, those of us of a certain era, like, you don't think teams threw everything at Michael Jordan? Everything at Michael Jordan. Size, speed, double teams, traps. You don't think they did? They threw it all at him.
That's the tough thing with this T-Wolves team is they were kind of beat. They were built to beat Jokic, with their twin towers and everything. They don't have a perimeter defender that can go deal with a Luka or a Kyrie.
When Gobert had to pick up Luka there, that's the most embarrassing thing I've ever seen in my life.
It was bad.
Well, but fortunately, Luka's not a trash talker. Okay,
he just speaks in Serbian.
Right, exactly. The only afternoon baseball game today is the first game of a makeup double dip between the Dodgers and the Mets in New York. So remember, you got about 20 minutes in between games 1 and 2 to bet the nightcap. Dodgers big favorites in game 1 because they got Glass now going against Tyler McGill. So anyway, Marlins are on the West Coast taking on San Diego. Rays are home to begin a series against the A's. Rays have lost a few in a row, and Kevin Cash, when interviewed over the weekend, said, "Yeah, I'm concerned. I've been concerned for weeks." Alrighty then. So there you go.
Their run differential's lousy.
There's a lot of teams who don't have a good run differential. There's a lot of, there's 2 teams above 500 in the AL East. That's it. There's 3 in the Central. There's only 6 teams above 500 in the whole American League. Mark, if you take the Giants and Padres are each a game above 500, do you know how many teams in the National League are 2 or more games above 500? 4. There's a lot of mediocre to bad out there in baseball right now.
which, as David Samson talked about in our 7 o'clock hour, means that a lot of teams are still in it for the wild card. A lot of teams, including the Astros, who I was about to write off a couple of weeks ago.
Big series. They lost the first one last night in Seattle. Big series for the Astros against the Mariners. All right, Seth Everett, Pat Kerwin on the show tomorrow. Have a great rest of your Tuesday. Thanks for listening, Miller and Moulton.
Located on the East Trail, locally owned Naples Tiki Bar and Grill is an outdoor eatery next to the Hitching Post Shopping Center.